Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A man accused of carrying out an acid attack has been detained for 5 days after pleading not guilty in court. Elvis Opio appeared before the Kibera Law Courts and is facing charges of causing grievous harm. He is also accused of assaulting Mary Claire and Sarah Watiri on December 11, 2025. Police asked for more time to complete forensic analysis of phone data from Safaricom and Airtel. The two victims are still receiving medical treatment, with the case set for mention tomorrow.
Your Honor, the 5 days extension I was given, I used them to take the data collected from the respondent to Safaricom PLC, Airtel Kenya, and also exhibits were submitted to
Safaricom
PLC.
Yes.
Also exhibits recovered from the victims, I took them to the government chemist.
I'd kindly request the court that first prepared report be availed.
The DPP has presented the first witness in a case against 6 Iranian nationals accused of drug trafficking on the high seas. The suspects are charged with trafficking narcotics worth over 8.2 billion Kenya shillings. The prosecution told the court it will call 12 witnesses to prove the case. The first witness, a Kenya Navy officer, testified that the suspect's vessel was intercepted in October 2025, about 350 nautical miles off the Kenyan coast, following a multinational operation. The Kenya Ports Authority boss, Captain William Ruto, on Tuesday paid an emotional tribute to his daughter Michelle Jelimo during a church service at Sitam Church in Nyali. Michelle died in a road accident in Taita Taveta County on April 3, 2026. The service, attended by family, friends and congregants, was filled with emotion as Ruto spoke publicly about his daughter for the first time since her death.
My dearest beloved daughter, Michelle, was born on 3rd July 2007 and has taken from us far too soon. On 3rd April 2026, your absence has left a silence that words can hardly fill. For the years we were blessed to share, I never met a soul as beautiful and kind-hearted as you. Always happy, full of light, and even if we could not grant your wishes, my girl would always say that in is our tomb.
U.S. President Donald Trump has announced a 2-week ceasefire with Iran on condition that Iran reopens the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has agreed to the truce, but both sides are giving different details about the deal. Israel is also expected to be part of the ceasefire and may stop its strike on Iran during the 14-day talks, although this has not been officially confirmed. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
My name is Bungala Movie, and this is the People's Breakfast on Radio Generation. The People's Breakfast, of course, every single day from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. with Siti Muga and myself. Siti, a very good morning to you. How are you doing?
Good morning. See, I learn.
Yeah.
Look at the microphone.
I see you have learned, actually.
You learn.
Ni ule msee.
The microphone doesn't follow your face.
Umesikia President Trump amesema he's going to halt attacks on Iran, and Iran has promised to, for at least 2 weeks, allow goods and services to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Isn't that good news?
It's called a ceasefire.
Yes, it is.
Problem is you can't trust what President Trump says.
Why?
Well, I'm simply going by lived experience. The things he says, he's back and forth, he blows hot and cold. There's a jumble of things that the person says, you're not really quite sure which one you're supposed to listen to and which you're supposed to understand or believe.
I mean, we will believe Iran in this case because they've said, look, if you guys halt attacks, then we will halt also
the aggressors
attacks.
In this case were not Iran.
Of course, for sure. For sure, you're right.
They were not the aggressors. No.
Lakini wamesema, look guys, ndio tuache huu mchezo wa sijuna alisema wakati gani, let's just make it clear. You stop attacking us, we stop attacking you, and we actually open up the street for business. Wamesema for 2 weeks this is going to happen.
Let's wait and see.
Yeah, and Trump can't be happier. He's like, I told you. It is now what, 6 minutes past 6 o'clock? I mean, what is significant about this day apart from the opening of the Strait of Hormuz? There's this guy in 1990 called Ryan White. He was a teen AIDS activist. He passed away. Yeah, teen AIDS activist Ryan White passed away on a day like today in 1990. Yeah, and then 2013, former British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher also died in this particular year, 2013, on a day like today. So there you have it. Notable events or notable historical events as far as this particular day is concerned. City, tupatile kitu inaitangwa methali yetu ya kutoka Nairobi.
Inatoka Kenya, nchi ya ajabu. Aliimba wimbo huo. That was something fantastic.
Wimbo upi huo?
Kenya yetu ni nchi ya ajabu.
But si ni ukweli. Kenya yetu ni nchi ya ajabu kabisa. Nakubaliana naye kabisa. Also in 2005, by the funeral of Pope John Paul II gathers world leaders at the Vatican. I remember this one. It was attended by kings and queens and people of all faiths and walks of life. It was a beautiful event. 2005. John Paul II, Pope, was finally laid to rest.
The country known as Kenya is bordered by South Sudan to the northwest, Ethiopia to the north, Somalia to the east, Uganda to the west, Tanzania to the south, and the Indian Ocean to the southeast.
Right.
Okay? The 1999 Kenyan census was not officially announced. The next census was to be in 2009.
Yes.
I raise this because the issue of the Kenyan census has always produced a bit of a controversy.
Yes.
Here
2009 ndio watu waliulizwa kama wako na boats. Wakaanza kushangaa, why on earth are you asking us if we have boats?
Well, that is the whole thing. That is called a household survey. That is to determine the wealth levels of individuals. They'll ask you about your radio, if you have a TV, if you have a phone, what sort of phone. Those demographics help understand very, very many things about people. Because how do you determine that people are wealthy? If they own a car, if they own houses, if they own cows. I mean, yes.
But people in the interior of the country were wondering, like in Nairobi, for example, they were wondering, why are you asking me if I have a boat? The nearest lake is probably Lake Elementaita or Lake Naivasha, Lake Nakuru na huko. So you asking me if I have a boat and idea VP. Until recently, we started having floods. And then guys were like, so now we understand why we were being asked.
Well, it wasn't explained. This is the problem. Okay. This seems to be something that we always have as a work in progress. The ability to explain to people what it is that is happening.
Yes.
And why it is being done. Okay? Multi-ethnic country and third largest economy in sub-Saharan Africa. Right. That is Kenya. That is after Nigeria and South Africa. Okay? So, the proverb, simple, straightforward, and to the point. Fanikio huzaa fanikio.
Fanikio huzaa fanikio.
Yes, you put it very well. success breeds success. Yes.
Yeah. So if when you're successful in one thing, you become successful in another thing. And that success births another success.
Yes.
And you keep being successful.
Yes. And it acts as an example for people to follow.
Can it also say that misfortune breeds misfortune?
That, my friend, is an absolute and irrevocable truth.
Yeah. Kwa sababu wakati mwingine mambo yanakuendea tu vibaya.
Baba, na yanaendelea hivyo hivyo. Na ionekani mahali ambapo itafika mwisho.
Ndio hiyo.
Ndio hivyo.
Nakwambia wahenga wa hapa Kenya hata walikuwa na brains.
Kabisa.
Walikuwa wanafikiria sana. Fanikio
uzaa.
Fanikio.
Yes.
Asante sana City Muga. Wacha sasa nikupeleke katika mtandao wetu wa radiogeneration.co.ke. That's where we'll get to see all the trending stories, including this one by President Trump. Last minute deal seals 2-week pause in US-Iran strike and opens Hormuz route. I hope now we have taken advantage of this route tuchukue mafuta mingi. Tujilete hapa hivi tuanze tusiseme mafuta sijui ilifanya nini, and then to reduce nini bei ya mafuta, tusiuziwe hiyo walikuwa kutuzia na sijui 17 shillings on top. Surely who does that? Anyway, so
remember one of the things that perhaps is significant about this particular saga that we are currently encountering.
Yes.
There are 3 things that have come out. And there are 3 things that perhaps over time we need to understand in greater detail.
Yes.
One was the mention of the hoarding of fuel. Okay?
Yes.
And it justifies and it gives credibility to one factor. If indeed it was being hoarded, then it was being used as an excuse to import oil for security and emergency purposes.
Okay.
That's number 1. Number 2, the importation of this particular oil, okay, and the timing of it. Who knew about it, authorities that were given, and whether these things were authenticated. Okay? Then that's where now the individuals who have since resigned and the issue around them comes into being, fingers again pointing at who? The CS. Did he know about it? And if he did. And all these things happened in March, around the 16th, 17th, 15th of March.
Yes.
What is it that he was told that convinced him that this is something he should authorize? Because he doesn't work for the pipeline. He is not he doesn't have a substantive position in the energy sector. He has to be told. Okay? So what is this thing that he was told? And before authorizations of that sort are given,
right,
there is a chain of command. Did it pass through the chain of command before he got to him? Because if it did, then he would have had no reason to doubt it. If it has gone through all the checks and balances, why would he doubt it? And probably checked with the central bank and said, do we have enough foreign currency? Okay? But then the most important bit about this, and why this G2G thing, much as it was being fought, if you look at the reality of it, it is when the G2G program and process was initiated that we suddenly have a stabilization of the Kenyan shilling versus the dollar. Fuel is normally paid for directly. There's no credit that is given. This is an instant where the G2G gave the Kenyan government credit, which means whatever dollar reserves we had, we didn't need to expend immediately. So it gave us time to stabilize and to grow our reserves. Now, whenever G2G, it's a binding contract. You can't go outside it. You can't sort of like say, my cousin also has oil. My uncle Pia also knows the prince of Indonesia. That can't happen. So in buying oil from an entity that isn't part of the G2G understanding,
yes,
you are sending the wrong message to this arrangement. And arrangements of that nature, if you abrogate them, they come with penalties. Okay? So the government had no option, the president had no option but to act very swiftly.
Yeah.
This was the only action that could be taken to show those who are in authority did not plan this. There are people outside. And that's where now the fourth and last one comes. Is it 3B? Businessmen were involved. So which businessmen were involved in this deal? We've heard of the mention of certain oil companies, Oryx and others. But who are the people behind these? There was a mention in the Monday paper of a gentleman called Jaffa. Jaffa is the gentleman who also owns Grain Bulk. A mention. what his role is in this and why he was mentioned, I don't understand. But I think these are the things that we will understand as we move along and as we hear more and more about this saga involving the oil.
Yeah.
Because it puts the government in a very precarious position with regard to the partnership that they had with some of those countries. Yes.
I guess we shall know when we know, won't we?
We will.
We will. KUCCPS opens 2026 university placement portal and sets May 6th deadline. So you better know, man. The Kenya Universities and Colleges Central Placement Services has opened its application portal for the 2026-2027 academic year, allowing students who sat for the 2025 Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education exams to apply for degree courses across various institutions. Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba announced the start of the placement cycle, confirming that KUCCPS portal is now live and will remain open until May 6th. Giving candidates a 4-week window to submit their applications. This is what I will tell you guys. Whichever course you want to apply for, make sure that you just consult. And let me tell you who the best person to consult is, of course, apart from your parents. And your parents are a good place to start, your uncles maybe. But the best people to also consult are people who've done that course that you'd like to do. Teachers, ask. If you want to do education, for example, ask your teachers. If you want to do something to do with finances, ask someone who's in that field, so they can tell you, first of all, how difficult it is to pursue that particular course, or how easy it is for that matter, how marketable that course is, and what other markets are available after you've done that. So that when you're opening or when you're applying for medicine or engineering or biochemistry, biotechnology, my friend, you already know the future of that particular course. Sababu mara mingi sana mimi nimeona watu hata kule university wakiingia wanachagua course baada ya semester 2 jamaa either ana quit shule kabisa or they change courses. And changing courses is a good thing. Quitting, on the other hand, is where the problem is.
It's not a good thing.
It's not a good thing. You can imagine your parents have invested time and money. And you yourself, you've also invested your time. You've invested your brains, your intellect and all that for you to realize that, hii kitu. And sometimes by the on a serious note, watu udhaningeti ni wajinga. Juu umekuja ume-attempt kufanya medicine and then you realize just because you've been getting A's since you were in grade 1. And now you get into medicine and you realize by this thing haingi kwa akili, you start feeling like you're a stupid person or you're a foolish person, which is not true. You start feeling like you're an idiot, which is not true. It just means that you got yourself in a course that wasn't meant for you. There are many other courses that you can do. Mimi nakumbuka actually before I embarked on biotech, I went and asked my uncle. I asked him, "Yo uncle, hii kitu unaonaje?" Akaniambia, "Wewe unataka aje?" Na nikamwambia, "Say no more." Na nikaenda nikafanya hiyo course without kufikiria mambo mengi. So, there you have it. Ukitaka kufanya hizi vitu, consult, alafu apply your portal. And I guess that's why you're being given 4 weeks, so that you can go and consult as many people as you can. Ask your uncles, your grandparents, go ask your girlfriend, ask your boyfriend, ask your ex. Just make sure you consult widely. Amaje City?
Not wildly, very widely.
Final quarter pressure, KRA targets 932 billion to hit trillion shilling goal. What are they talking about? A final quarter revenue drive is shaping up as Kenya's tax agency races against time to bridge a sizable funding gap and secure its full-year collection ambitions. KRA is targeting 932 billion over the next 3 months, leaning on a combination of stricter enforcement and expanded use of digital platforms to lift collections to its 2.97 trillion annual objective. Now, the push comes after the authority recorded about 2.038 trillion in the first 9 months of the financial year, marking the first time it has surpassed 2 trillion within that period. Even with the milestone, the figure still trailed the 2.122 trillion benchmark, leaving a deficit that now places added urgency on their final quarter. So they are looking to raise 932 billion from Kenyans. I wonder what KRA will do to ensure as many Kenyans as they can get actually pay taxes.
It's always a work in progress.
Watu wa jua kali, watu wa akina mama mboga, kina watu wa bodaboda nini. And sometimes I think it just depends on how much they charge. Just how much they charge, in my opinion. I could be wrong on this, of course. Mimi si mwanabiashara mimi si pundit wa economics. Mimi si mwana ekonomia. Lakini as it stands, there are very many businesses that do not pay tax. For example, mama mbogas, they don't pay tax. For example, watu wa kuchoma mahindi kwa barabara, watu walipangi tax.
They do.
Kivipi?
Indirect,
yes. Mimi nasema, unaona venye mimi na wewe tunalipanga tax. Hivyo ndivyo ninaongelelea hao wengine.
I agree with you, Paul.
Direct taxation.
The direct taxation is a good way of taxing people, but what has been proven, there has to be a multi-pronged approach to raising tax revenue. It can't be just direct. Direct, it won't work. In fact, why they're beating their heads about directly taxing people in the Juakali sector, I don't understand. Because one, they keep trying new ways of getting to tax them. You understand the work that people in the informal sector do. You understand what the tools of the trade are. You understand what the appliances for the trade are.
Yeah.
If you want to collect money, again, the thought process, what is the surest way of ensuring that they all contribute to this kitty? Because direct tax, you're going to be asking them to tell you how much profit they make. Profit based on what? You're talking about businesses that cannot be spoken of as being constantly profitable or constantly anything. You depend on those who come to you to, for instance, somebody who is a welder.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Grogan Road. You have an idea of the number of cars you may repair in a day.
Yep.
But there is no guarantee that you'll repair those cars in a day. Yes. So how are you going to look at this thing? Because if that person's income is based on, let's say, the bank, everything.
Yeah.
Is it on the average? And if it's the average, do you know the cost of doing the business? I mean, there are so many variables. So the question is, of the things that you're trying to do, you will get to know if it's multi-pronged, which one actually nets more money.
You see, the relationship I wish KRA had with citizens is the same relationship citizens, or rather humans, have with God.
How?
For example, Christians pay offertory or tithe every end month or every end of the year.
When you get money.
Exactly. And you see, when you're going to tithe, you do not lie to God, do you? Because
how do you lie? How will that work?
Exactly. So kama out of 1,000 shillings, you know tithe need 100 bob. So you go and give your God what? 100 shillings. Of course, I'm referring to Christians here.
Unampatia 100 bob yake.
Ile yake, yani ile tithe yake, because you there's something you're gaining from that particular entity. All right. KRA, on the other hand, what kind of relationship do they have with citizens? The kind of relationship they have ni ile ya kupoteleanwa, because KRA is always pursuing people. KRA is always looking to net someone here and there. They're always looking to have you file your tax returns, and I feel like that relationship with Kenyans isn't working. It's just not working. So they need to find a way to be friendly, number one, to Kenyans, and then number two, find a way to be I'd like to say accountable, but that is the work of the government. But they just find a way, and this actually is a big a big responsibility on the government side. The government needs to find a way to deliver for Kenyans, because the moment they deliver, Mkenya atakuwa na feel, by the way, nisipolipa tax, my sewerage is going, my sanitation around my area is going to be, or rather, what is it called? Drainage around my area haitakuwa sorted. If I do not pay my taxes well, nikumanisha security will not be taken care of. That is the only way. That is the only way. Because when people go down on their knees and they pray God, they seem to be paying this tithe because they have a feeling and a belief that their prayers are being answered. And that is why day in, day out, for centuries and eons, people have been paying money to their gods.
So what you're asking, Kiara, is to figure out how God does his thing.
Actually, it's the government here, but yes.
And become like God.
Yeah, government needs to be like God. I was watching a documentary on actually it's not a documentary. It's more of a vlog by a British citizen living in China, and this guy was just showing us the way things in China work, to a point whereby he was actually saying that his own continent of Europe is trash. That's how bad it was. Because he was like, look at the streets, they're very clean. You can literally eat off the ground, the floor. Unaona mali watu wanatembea. Alifanya hivi, hakuna vumbi. Akasema hapa sausage yako ikianguka bro unaweza yokota na ukule. And then he went on to show us the building. He went on to show us the transportation system, from the trains to the trams to the taxis. And he was like, guys, here things in China actually work. And I was like, I wish my country would work like that particular country. You tell me how the people of China, how proud they are when they're paying. Like they are sure, this 100 bob I have given to Caesar. Ninaona mali nafanya kazi. I can see security, I can see transportation, I can see usafi. Sisi hapa tunalipanga for sure. Even the few of us that pay, we still don't get the services. Hapo ndio shida iko. So if government becomes like God, then the people will become like what? Disciples. Na watalipa tithe, aka taxes, bila stress. Mimi ni siri nimewaibia. Sijui kama kuna mtu amewaambia kitu. IBC explains why voter streams are not yet visible. What do you mean? Let's see what they mean by this. The Electoral Commission has addressed concerns from Kenyans who have been unable to view their polling stream information while checking their voter status, explaining that the details are not yet available due to the ongoing voter registration exercise across the country. Now, in its response, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission said the verification system is currently limited because the process of organizing voters into specific streams has not yet completed. The commission noted that this step will only be undertaken after the current registration phase comes to an end. Sawa. Watu waliuliza, watu wameambiwa. We wish them all the best as far as that is concerned. KPA boss Captain William Ruto mourns daughter in emotional tribute. This was quite a sad story. And of course, tunawatakia makiwa wakati huu ambao wana go through a very difficult moment. Matt Bow appointed new United Kingdom High Commissioner to Kenya. And then a section of ODM MPs reject zoning strategy and call for open nominations. Again, ODM still in the headlines. And they're in the headlines every single day. Now, a section of Orange Democratic Movement members of parliament has opposed proposals to introduce zoning in the party's nomination process, arguing that the move could weaken internal democracy, limit competition, and risk alienating supporters in key regions, including Luo Nyanza. The legislators maintain that ODM has historically relied on open and competitive nominations, saying that approach has helped the party remain strong and connected to voters. They warned that adopting zoning could be seen as favoring certain candidates and could undermine fairness within the party. Okay. All right. Gem MP Elisha Odhiambo backed...
Gem.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I said Gem. Gem MP Elisha Odhiambo backed the call for open nominations, saying, I encourage my party to carry credible election nominations because ODM is still a popular party, as the ODM will still carry the day. As a party, we fought for multi-party democracy, and our late leader stood for multi-party democracy. Wamesema wataki story ya zoning. Well, we wish them all the best.
Well, what do they mean when they don't want the story of zoning?
I mean, that's an ODM party issue. I guess if anyone else says, we don't, now we'll be like, so there's a problem here. Gachagua has named Vincent Kibet Rotich as DCP candidate in Emurua Dikir by-election.
Okay.
DCP have got, I think, Peter Keter or someone. That is UDA, sorry. I could be wrong on that. But again, political parties, we wish them all the best. Right now, though, I want to check out something called the traffic situation in Nairobi na Mombasa. Kama umekwama mahali, unaweza tuambia ni wapi hapo umekwama, tuone kama tunaweza kukusaidia kukuamua, ama at least tuambie wa Kenya mahali wanafaa kufanya nini kuavoid
traffic.
So if you look at this map I'm looking at of Nairobi, at exactly 6:30 right now, things are not looking bad. I'm looking at Valley Road, Agnes Kodek, Dennis Pichi iko sawa, Southern Bypass iko fiti, Nairobi Expressway kule ukielekea kuni wapi? This is on Wanyaki Way. Yeah, as you're driving past ABC Place, everything is looking good. Lower Kabete Road, not looking bad. Waiyaki Way is fantastic. Poponi Road huko ni kama hata hamjaamka. Digiri Ridge huko, no traffic whatsoever. Muthaiga area, also not looking bad. But if you are on Kiambu Road and you're approaching Thika Superhighway, well, there's a problem there. And also, if you're on Muthaiga Road, heading towards the said Superhighway, there's a problem there. But you know what? Imagine after that, it opens up. And like other days when I see it stretching back, I spoke too soon. It actually stretches back to Garden City Mall, which is another nightmare. Again, there's a little bit of reprieve, but when you go back again to Kasarani Police Station, all the way to Kenyatta University. No, this is all the way to Githurai. And then after that, you guys are moving quite well. Kenyatta University is in a stress by the way, which is a good thing. Ni kama leo watu hawajatokezea, sijui shule zimefungwa kwani?
Yes.
Universities hazijafungwa lakini hao wanasomea huko, hawatokangi nje waende kazi.
No, si watu wanaletwa kila siku na wazazi.
Naam, ni kweli. You're right. When you move back towards Ruiru, everything else is looking good. Eastern Bypass not looking bad. Let me see. Mombasa Road, like I told you early on, this place inanga stress by the way. Watu wanatoka Machakos County, they don't like clogging the roads, and this is a good thing because wengi wao wanatokanga hapo wakifika Athi River nivo ni kama wamefika kazini. Watu wakitengela ukielekea huko Kajiado County is not looking bad at this particular hour, so things are moving quite well. Huko Kisaju na Isinya ni kama hata hakuna gari zinatoka huko. Let's fly all the way to Mombasa County and see what's happening there. Mombasa County, what activities happen here during this particular hour? Because traffic is literally non-existent. Like there's maybe 1 or 2 vehicles on the road. Yeah, but everything else is looking fantastic. Naona watu walikoni kule, hamna shida yoyote. Mzimile, Mkomani, Kongowea, Wild Waters, hiyo barabara yote ya Links Road iko sawa kabisa. Alafu upande ule mwingine wa Kongowea Market ukitumia barabara ya Bamburi Beach, ukipita past Voice of Kenya, uende kule Nyali, hiyo iko sawa kabisa. Watu wa Kisauni hamna shida yoyote. Kule Falcon Mshomoroni, nyinyi mwasonga vyema. Lakini ukiona kitu barabarani, si unajua vile kuambia longa nasi.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Before I get into magazeti, give a shout out to Michael Olande. Amesema Kwibuka 32, we remember the Rwanda genocide and know why tribalism is bad. Yes indeed Michael, you're right. John Mutua amesema good morning my lovely TV show. Mbuvi tell this are not okay here. Things are not okay here in Qatar. There's a typo there. Flights are still unavailable but the things will be okay. See, I thought wamesema ceasefire. Maybe now that there's a ceasefire, they will resume maybe for those 2 weeks. Douglas Kibogongo amesema morning RG, Mr. Muga, are there people still stealing billions? Are these people stealing billions know what life is about? Relationships, i.e. connections. Work, i.e. about fulfilling our spiritual purpose. And health, i.e. living in wholeness. City, do they know? Okay.
Who are we referring to?
These people stealing billions.
Yeah,
do they know about work-life balance? That life is about relationships and connections.
There is no evidence to demonstrate that they do not know. But that can't be the center of the discussion, because if we are referring to theft of government resources, you would be surprised to believe that these people probably believe that is the way they want to balance their lives.
Yeah.
Okay? They want to accumulate as much material wealth as they possibly can. Okay. And damn the consequences, because there will be consequences, but they don't consider it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Alando says, good morning, guys. Please. Okay, good morning, guys. Passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be in coordination with the Iranian Authority for the next 2 weeks. Yes. John Goge, good morning, Mwalimu City and Duyo Kijana Mbuvi. I'm happy to be here. My favorite radio station. Who would have thought we would be watching radio on TV? What a time to live in. Imagine that. Hesbon Sidon, good morning, City and Mbuvi. Well, good morning, Hesbon. Can we have veteran sasa kidogo hii nitaachia City atasoma baadaye. Big Daddy amesema hello all the way from Perth. Hello all the way from Perth City.
Perth is in Australia.
Yes, it is.
Big city, this one.
Let's start with the people daily here. Ruto and Gachagua in scramble for Mount Kenya votes. This story is on page 4 of the People Daily. Iran, global politics, and Kenya. Ambassador Ali Golampur speaks, and he actually urged Kenya to be on the right side of history as far as this Iran-Israeli-America conflict is concerned. I guess he's asking in a subtle way that, guys, you need to support Iran. Garissa's Kenya shillings 10 billion question: can livestock pay the bills?
Yes.
That's the question they're asking.
Yes, it can. It can pay the bills. We were talking about the economies of certain states in the USA. The gentleman who was with us, Bonnie Mwangi, lives, works in
Texas.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, and he says specifically he's in Dallas, Texas.
Texas is cattle country. Just so that you understand. They have oil. They have all manner of other businesses. Okay, they have agriculture and so forth and so forth. But it's cattle country.
Yeah.
And cattle is big money. If you go to Argentina, if you go to Brazil,
right,
the beef industry, the cattle, the livestock industry is massive. So yes, can it keep the lights on? It can do more than keeping the lights on.
I actually know that we import or export lots of meat. And when there's this situation with Iran started, nakumbuka actually watu wa kupeleka nyama huko Middle East walianza kuzusha sana. They were saying that this meat will go bad. They were asking what are we going to do, man?
You see, that is why it is important. The Ministry of Trade, it doesn't harm them if they ascertain that there is a bulletin that they issue every so often, fortnight, weekly, monthly, which tells Kenyans the state of our export and import business, who we trade with, what we sell to them, how much they give us. So that when such a question arises, the information exists. By the way, it's not that it doesn't exist. It exists. But it isn't proliferated widely, so people don't know of that widely. We wait for an alarm to be raised when you have the sort of problem we have in the Middle East. Then you get to know, oh, what about the tea we export to Iran? Oh, we export tea to Iran. Yes, not very long ago, there was a problem in Sudan. And oh, we export tea to Sudan. Yes, we do. There's a time we had a bit of a problem with Egypt with regards to, again, the issue of tea and rice. Oh, you mean we import rice from Egypt? This can be common fare that everybody knows about. If, first of all, you tell people every month, every week, every fortnight, we publish the export and the import business that Kenyans have with other countries. So all you need to do is at the click of a button, you're told, go here. You get to know the information.
That is why the msemaji wa serikali akona kazi mingi sana, naona ni kama haifanyangi.
Bro.
Tunafaa kuwa tukiambiwa kila. There are 4 people that speak for this government. 2 speak for State House. 2 speak for what I believe is the executive. They have a lot of work cut out for them. If I were them, I think I would be having pressers, like I'd make sure every Thursday or Friday I have something for Kenyans. Something. Even if I'm going to do it on my own X account, go live on my own X account with my phone, I'll make sure I have something for Kenyans.
If we in the media also took, say, something like 20% of the energy we spend in proliferating political issues, because we really spend a lot of time on political issues. If we said, look, every Thursday, every Wednesday, every Tuesday, we are talking about the economy of Kenya and how we trade with other nations. That's all. You talk about it. So every Thursday, someone cannot say that they do not know. Because all that is in the information age.
Is within reach.
It is told. You just need to look up and you know what it is. But when it isn't there, people are not informed.
Yeah.
Yes.
The Standard newspaper says, been here before. What do they mean? The inaction on the ground, actually they call it charade. Now, the inaction on the tainted overpriced petrol saga is just the latest act in a familiar script. Dramatic arrests, bold promises, and wall-to-wall headlines. Behind the spectacle lies a hollow core of weak cases, endless delays, and quiet withdrawals. From the cooking oil scandal that left top officials untouched, to fertilizer fraud costing billions, to healthcare schemes riddled with ghost payments. Scandals erupt and fade, leaving one constant: investigators and prosecutors who perform enough to suggest action, but never enough to deliver accountability. I actually agree with this.
Hey, that is extremely well written. Oh, goodness gracious me.
We have
if you're talking about a synopsis, that
before.
person has encapsulated that synopsis. Beautiful. Please continue.
Right. I agree with them that indeed we have been here before.
We have.
Scandals come, scandals go. But nothing ever happens beyond the headlines. Nothing ever happens beyond the razzmatazz of people being arrested and then a few days later they resign or they are fired, and then it's like that's it. ODPP never tells us whether a case has been filed or opened in, like hakunanga kitu ingine zaidi hapo. Kidogo kidogo, state officials who were mentioned a couple of years ago are now running for office. Some even in State House shaking the hand of the president who's currently incumbent, and then they say niaje tunafanya hii kazi.
Remember in the previous government, when the oil scandal that is being mentioned reared its head, the writer of this particular article in the synopsis is absolutely right. Man, and this one, the person who was Minister for Trade was mentioned. He was smack in the middle of it. There was no ifs and buts about it. There was drama, Kenya National Trading Corporation. This happened, and that happened, and this came, and there was this saga. And again, and. The fundamental difference, those who are Kenyans robbing other Kenyans directly with no external forces. We have a G2G arrangement.
Yes.
It means we have a contract written down, signed, sealed, the works with entities that of a different sovereign government. And the understanding that we get oil from them, full stop. That's what's G2G. Hakuna mali pengine tunatafuta oil. The only premise on which this could be allowed is for security reasons.
Yeah.
And the war was the premise on which an excuse would be found. This situation in the Middle East is untenable. We have a shortage. But there's a narrative. There was hoarding. Evidence that there was hoarding is yet to be provided. But it was stated as such. That there exists a G2G arrangement, that is a fact. It exists. What it has helped Kenya with, we can see. Now, when you bring in oil from somewhere else, which is not a G2G arrangement, see, you are breaking the contract that you are abrogating that contract. Those ones have direct consequences, sir. I want to see whether what we are seeing now. Remember, every time I mention this, I will say what I said, and I say, I want to see what will happen. Because this is threatening a relationship we have with a sovereign nation and the entities of that nation. We give them land to farm and to do whatever it is they do. And by the sort of acreage we are giving them, it's probably the size. You know, Emirates is a series of small islands. That land that they are irrigating, this is predominantly what? Desert. That land is probably the size of very many of those small islands that form the Emirates put together. So it means something to them. It's a good deal. When you break it, what do you think the consequences are? Because we do not know the details of the agreement, do we? No, we don't. So this again now is the burden of the government. It behoves you to make public certain things that you do. So there's a reference point that when people speak, they can speak from a position of knowledge. Now we can't. We can speak only of that which we know, that there is an agreement. And that this particular arrangement that has been in the papers threatens such an agreement. And if it threatens the relationship we have with the country with whom we signed the G2G. Now that has consequences that go beyond our borders.
That is the standard. Lastly, on the Daily Nation, front page on the same fresh twist in 12 billion bird fuel scandal.
What's the twist now?
Yeah, so they're saying the state yesterday ordered the removal from Kenya of a condemned fuel cargo, and the importer promptly conceded, but questions over where the petrol was for 10 days and what the contractual obligations were still linger. Now, this story is on pages 4 and 5. Hey! History ya oil ni funny.
History ya oil italeta shida mingi kwa watu wengi. This one. This is the beginning of something that we haven't quite seen.
So the Daily Nation have given a chronological breakdown, a timeline of sorts. For example, they're saying on March 25th, Petroleum Principal Secretary Mohammed Liban notifies One Petroleum Limited and Oryx Energies to each deliver an emergency consignment of 60,000 metric tons of petrol. March 26th, PS Liban requests from the Kenya Bureau of Standards a temporary waiver on some quality parameters and the requirement for certificate of conformity.
Oui.
March 27, ship docks at Mombasa port. So in 2 days, kuna eat. How long do these things take from the Strait of Hormuz
to
Kenya?
No, that process began much earlier. This, everything that you've read speaks of a conspiracy. It speaks of how the entire saga was created.
Because it can't be like on the 25th of March.
No. And then 2 days later, blah, blah, blah.
PS notifies One Petroleum Limited and Oryx Energies to each deliver.
No.
Then on March 27th, the ship docks at Mombasa port.
No, it doesn't work like that.
Unless there's something we don't know.
No, there's something we do know. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't.
Trade CS on March 28th, Trade CS Cabinet CS Lee Kinyanjui writes to his energy counterpart Opiyo Ndai granting a conditional waiver on that fuel. And then March 30th, ship leaves Mombasa port and goes where? April 2nd, energy bosses are arrested in a raid. April 5th, CS Wandai vows in a statement that cartels and extortionists exploiting the Middle East fuel crisis would not be tolerated. April 7th, Wandai directs the fuel importer One Petroleum Limited to take the controversial consignment out of Kenya. Then still April 7th, which is yesterday by the way, One Petroleum Limited says it has taken steps to ensure cargo does not enter Kenyan market. Hii Kiswahili mingi tunapatiwa bwana. For why?
It is not possible for this to have happened quite in the way that it is being said. What is being stated is what is visible to us. By the time a consignment of 60 metric tons of oil reaches our shores, believe me, that began a long time ago.
Yeah.
When did the war in Iran start?
About some 40-something days ago.
When did we first start hearing of shortages? We heard of shortages. There were no long queues, but there was emergency buying. And then we had confirmation that we need not panic from the Exchequer.
Yes.
Not from the Ministry of Energy.
CS Mbadi
said, guys, do not fear.
Relax.
Fuel
ni kidogo but inatosha.
Yes. Now, if you start counting, we are back to 11 days because ilianza na 16 tunakuwa tukihesabu. Now, the hoarding story vanished. We didn't hear of the hoarding story anymore.
Yes.
But at the same time, we started hearing of a looming emergency. This is how you call a creation of a narrative. If there's a looming emergency, then it means emergency actions have to be taken. And then we leapfrog and we are in the late part of the last week of the month of March, and there's activity. What we see on the 26th, 5th onwards,
yes,
for it to have occurred then, it started earlier. Can we know what began earlier that brought it to the 26th? Because that is where the real saga is.
Yeah. Or do these oil companies or oil tankers, do they just load oil into and fuel onto their tankers and then they just start sailing into the ocean, just waiting for someone to be like, hey, later yo. You know, like the way hawkers hawk different products. So ukiona mtu wa njugu, njugu later. Is that how they do it? So when they're in the ocean, we are like, guys, we need oil. Who's in the ocean? Then we see, it is this company. They called it what? One Petroleum. One Petroleum, wakoko tu mali in the high seas.
There are people who trade in oil and they'll be in the high seas. The oil may even be destined to a certain geographical jurisdiction. But people who are brokers in that field will know how to hijack that business and say, guys, there's more money to be made here. Bring that consignment here. We will provide those guys with this consignment. It's just that what we're dealing with is
so there are hawkers. There are hawkers in the ocean.
Brokers.
Hawkers.
Brokers.
Yes, and I'm saying hawkers.
I have told you brokers.
It's like when you go to an establishment.
They're not hawkers.
It's okay.
They are people who trade because they've been given orders. The brokers are the ones who tell them, guys, you need not go there. You can bring it here.
Like I was saying, it's like when you go to an establishment, a restaurant or whatever, especially ukienda easy pubs za huku nje, unapatanga nyama choma already shaanza kuchoma. So ni wewe unafika pale unachagua unasema nataka ile ni how much, unaambiwa that is a kg, it will cost you 700 and you're like hapana, iko na mafuta mingi. I think I want the one that is lean. Unaambiwa ni mbuzi, hiyo tutakupatia, it's 1 kg but it's a bit expensive because ni tamu kuliko lingine. So hiyo ni 900. I feel like that's how this, if I'm just visualizing like a layman, I'm visualizing it like that. Like there are just tankers in the ocean there with oil, And we can see them on some map somewhere. And we're like, guys, do you have enough oil? Yeah, so can you talk to these guys? Leteni mafuta hivi. So, like hijacking nyama ilikuwa inaenda kuuziwa CT, then mimi kama Paul Mongala movie nasema hiyo nyama leta hivi, patieni CT ingine.
The demand for fuel energy cannot be overstated because it's what runs the globe. That the trade in it is always in the high seas at any given moment in time. Again, it's just a simple reality of that particular line of business.
So we were told that this fuel is substandard, right? So this one petroleum has left with substandard fuel to take it where?
So it was going in the first place.
So someone is going to buy this.
Substandard is it doesn't meet our standards.
Yes.
Maybe there are places where that standard is not an issue.
Is a proper standard.
Here it's an issue.
Hii nile ilikuwa inaenda Angola?
I wouldn't know.
Anyway, let me read one more thing here. They're saying Gachagua bears his brother's will to show division of property. I remember Gachagua explained this thing quite well. Why it's still a problem, I don't get it, man. And I think one of his nephews came out and spoke. I cannot verify this information because I saw it kwa mtandao, but yeah, alikuja akasema, look guys, this thing was divided fair and square. No one complained at that particular time. Easy stories zingine tafadhali. Stop politicizing my father's death. That is what that particular statement read. How true it is, I guess we shall find out. Inside Orengo's complex dance with Odinga party, you can check it out on page 7. Lastly, counties struggle with 143 billion revenue crisis and derailed services. That one is on page 17.
May they struggle. Indeed, may they struggle.
Yeah.
They mismanage the economies of their counties, then they're struggling. May they struggle.
Kuna kitu nani alituambia jana Boni, ule economist. Alituambia manzejo, we are paying these guys too much money for doing absolutely nothing.
May they struggle.
Over to you.
I'm looking at the Star newspaper, and there are very many stories. Audit questions secret spending on security budget as it reaches a record high. Remember the other day we were looking at a subsidiary budget, and we were looking at how it is the security docket had been allocated a great deal of money.
Yes.
Yes, this and others is what it is that is being referred to in the Star. Manhunt for 26 in fuel scandal as ODM defends CS Wandai. Okay? The others were being looked for in this saga. In the oil business, it is a specific and very unique business, and the players who are in it are known. And the enablers of the business, those who make it possible for the business to actually function, are also known. The ministries that have a direct involvement in this business are also known.
Yes.
And the officers whose dockets cover the importation and exportation, we don't export, the importation of fuel oil into the country are also known. The businesses, the entities that conduct this line of business are also known. Okay? So it is not as though we are talking about something that we do not know. Okay?
Yes.
Yes. This idea of oil being moved away before it reaches the what we call the system of the country, this sounds to me like hogwash. When was this fuel offloaded? What is the process of offloading fuel, and of what process is it that is followed to ensure that this fuel reaches the requisite outlets? Okay? I do not believe that there is no oil that has reached the market. I do not for a single second believe.
This oil that came?
Yep, I do not believe it.
Unaona ni kama ishaingia.
Some must have entered, sir. There is absolutely no way. Given the space of time.
Yeah.
No.
Because again, if you just go back to the Daily Nation, they're saying questions over where the petrol was for 10 days and what the contractual obligations were still linger. Let
me ask you this question. Part of how we deal with the fuel, when you bring in fuel, there must be storage. There are people who own storage. Okay? If this storage already has oil that other people have brought in, there are people whose business is storage. They offer you storage, you go and store. Now, if we said we had just now 11 days of fuel in the country, right?
Yes.
You bring in this fuel. where do you think it was taken? Kenyan Pipeline needs to tell us where this was taken because it was offloaded. Now, if you offload it means you pump it and then it is loaded into the fuel tanks. Is that not so?
Yes.
Okay, so now you're telling us that it's being taken away. So tell us the process by which this oil, which was already in the storage, is pumped back into the ship so that it goes away. And if there was already fuel in these tanks, it means this fuel has been mixed with the fuel that was already there. This story we are being told is not, if there's something murky, it's as murky as the oil that we are dealing with now. These stories are not straightforward, Chief.
Yeah.
It's not adding up. It doesn't matter which arithmetic you use, whether you bring in Pythagoras, whether you just add 1 + 1. It doesn't matter what you do.
Bernoulli's principle,
Archimedes' principle. Even bring in Charles Darwin if you like. Him it had nothing to do with any mathematical principle.
But throw it in there.
And throw Newton also into it. It doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. I understand that there's a need for people to give themselves, should we say, some breathing space. A little truth would help enormously. That adulterated oil cannot all have been taken away if it had already reached the tanks, the storage tanks. Not possible.
So let's entertain the thought that it was. What next? If it is found out that it has actually gotten into the market.
The Kenyan Pipeline Corporation needs to tell us exactly what happened. This is their docket.
Yeah.
Ministry of Energy needs to come out and tell us exactly what happened.
This is their industry.
Come out and explain to Kenyans how we go when oil arrives in Kenya, what we do with it, what I happen to have knowledge of it because I have had the joy of visiting these places and I know how the process works. It's not as though the ship docks for a certain period of time because they're pumping the oil out, not because the people who work on the ship have gone for a holiday to the Mara or to the Serengeti, wherever it is that people go to. No, they're pumping the oil out. So if you stop the pumping, it means some was pumped. Where did it go?
Again, the state yesterday ordered the removal from Kenya of a condemned fuel cargo and the importer promptly conceded. But questions over where the petrol was for 10 days and what the na unajua ukiona watu kama Daily Nation ameuliza hii swali, hapa ni pale unasebanga palipo na moshi hapakosi nini? Hapakosi moto. Hapakosi moto. Yes, that's how they say it.
If we had the sort of storage that other people have, we would not need to import fuel as regularly as we do. Rwanda has fuel reserves. We don't have adequate. That's why you are told 16 days, 18 to 20 days. So within that particular period of time, we have to keep importing. We've never actually built anything that you could refer to as serious strategic reserves. We don't have them.
For guys like Rwanda, they have got to have a reserve. Number one, they're landlocked. They cannot afford a crisis whereby fuel cannot get to
neither
them.
Can we.
Yes, I know. But I'm saying for people like Rwanda, I think theirs is a bit, for lack of a better word, more dire than ours.
No. It's not that there's more dire. They're more organized.
But I'm not, they are, for sure. But I'm not saying that we shouldn't have reserves. Yeah, I'm just saying that they realized their problem kitambo sana. And they were like, bro, we will not wait for a situation whereby the Strait of Hormuz has been blocked and we have issues with our neighbors or fuel can't get to our neighbors because at the end of the day, they rely on neighbors for them to have fuel.
The strategic position that we have is one that we ought to have had a strategic reserve that caters for our needs and even the needs of our neighbors for maybe up to even 2 months. Okay? That's strategic thinking. We don't have it. Why? Here we are dwindling and twiddling our thumbs and discussing how it is some adulterated fuel came into the country. For heaven's sake, that's the discussion we're supposed to be engaging ourselves in.
You know, countries like the US have got reserves for days.
Not just days, bro. The reserves. You are told something like, if it's 6 months, the emergency meetings are held.
You guys, a country like China has got reserves for days. Yani chochote kikitendeka leo, hiyo place haitasumbuka, haitatingika. Sisi vita inafanyika mahali day 1, tushaanza kuulizana mafuta itatoka wapi. Day 1. You know how annoying that is, knowing that even the way Kenyans are in filing tax returns, that's how we are even in operating our own government.
If fuel comes in and the storage tanks in Changamwe that belong to Kenya Pipeline,
yes,
if every new fuel that comes in is stored separately. So there is no contamination with the fuel that exists. That is their job to tell us this is how we've done it.
Yeah.
Kenya Pipeline has a communication department. They need to come out and explain this. Because if they don't, people like myself are going to speculate really, really wildly.
Right.
And that isn't useful. They should take lead on this particular subject and come out and say, folks, this is the process that is followed. Ministry of Energy, come out and say, this is what we do. This is how we do it. And this fuel we're speaking of, this is where it was stored.
Yeah.
And if we're returning it, it didn't commingle with any other. It was separated, and this is what we're doing. In the absence of that clarity, unfortunately, the speculations are only going to get wilder. There is, we've reached the hour, but I just want to mention the key headline in the Star, just a line.
Yeah.
ODM UDA fallout looms as zoning standoff escalates.
We are hoping to host in this new hour Langata MP Felix Odiwuor aka Jalas. If he actually makes it to the studio, we shall ask him everything to do with this particular zoning issue. And of course, tutawapatia salams wenye wametuandikia messages zinazongojea kusoma, lakini kwa sasa Winnie Maganga.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Kenya Union of Clinical Officers has criticized the Marsabit County government over the ongoing clinical officers strike. The union says the strike, now on its 151st day, has disrupted healthcare services in the county. Chairperson Peterson Washira has also raised concern over rising newborn deaths, blaming the situation on the prolonged strike.
Instead of negotiating, the employer engaged in victimization and procedurally redeploying 19 officers from their stations and skipping scheduled meetings for the negotiation as had been ordered by the court.
These are true numbers. These are deaths of people that could have been avoided, that could have been prevented if the county government treated healthcare workers like they are supposed to be treated.
Orange Democratic Movement leader Oburu Oginga has praised investigators and President William Ruto for handling the 4.8 billion Kenya shillings fuel scandal professionally. The party says the fight against corruption must be fair and free from politics, warning against blaming officials not directly involved, including Cabinet Secretaries Lee Kinyanjui and Opiyo Wandayi. Oburu has reaffirmed his support for the recovery of any lost public funds and is calling on Kenyans to demand justice, transparency and accountability. Kenya risks losing nearly 1 trillion Kenya shillings each year in missed economic opportunities if it fails to adopt the proposed local content bill. Bill sponsor Laikipia Woman Representative Jane Kagiri says the proposal aims to change how foreign firms operate in the country by giving priority to local workers, goods and services. She says the move is meant to reduce what she describes as significant economic leakage.
Because when you look at all these multinationals, they claim inclusivity, they claim sustainability, they claim all these good things. We are only helping them to execute that. Because as a country, we can't keep running on goodwill. That if a person wants to give us business, that's when they'll give us. We need to have a law that is also going to govern these investments. And I believe every investor coming into a country would want to find a country that has ready rules for them to execute.
A section of Orange Democratic Movement MPs have opposed plans to introduce zoning in the party's nominations. The lawmakers said the move could weaken democracy within the party, limit competition and alienate supporters in regions like Luo Nyanza. Suba North Member of Parliament Millie Odhiambo also opposed the proposal, warning it could send the wrong message to voters and affect the party's democratic image.
And sometimes when you don't agree with certain positions, you choose to be quiet. And I've been quiet in many things, meaning I don't agree with very many things. But I respect the party positions on those many things I don't agree with. But on this one, because I wasn't aware, I can tell you I don't agree with zoning at a personal level. If it's a party position, I will keep quiet and go back in my shell. But I have said I don't agree with it at a personal level. I don't see how it helps. What we need to do as ODM is strengthen the party.
A U.S. freelance journalist who was kidnapped in Iraqi capital Baghdad a week ago has been released, according to Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Iran-backed militia group Kataib Hezbollah said earlier on Tuesday that it will release Shelley Kittleson, who was taken on March 31st, on the condition that she leaves Iraq immediately. Rubio said the release reflects the Trump administration's steadfast commitment to the safety and security of American citizens. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome back. We have a silent listener. Akisema silent listener hapa, the reason why the two gentlemen were arrested and cost their work is because the fuel is in the system, thus going against their masters. Allah. Hii tunaitreat kama conspiracy city ama
It's conspiracy. We are talking about it as a supposition based on the little knowledge we have, but we're asking for clarification. The relevant departments and the relevant ministries come out clearly and tell us how this thing works. When a ship loaded with fuel lands at the dock of Mombasa, what happens? Over what period of time? Yes.
Huyo amesema hiyo mafuta iliingia Kenya by the. Anasema hiyo, no doubt about it, it's in the system. We have MC Tonje saying good morning, checking in from Muhoroni. I told you this is your relative, eh?
Of course, I am related to everybody comes from Muhoroni. Yes, go on, please.
Big Daddy Cool says, no, actually, let me start nyuma kidogo. Yeah, Big Daddy Cool says, hello all the way from Perth. Hesbon Sidon amesema, all the trade info is in Kenya's deliveries website. Fully updated. Thanks, Hesbon. We'll check it out. Mokaya amesema, Mwalimu C. Muga and Moving, nothing strange happened in this so-called oil saga. We've been here severally with substandard cooking oil during Kuria's tenure as trade minister. And that mafuta allegedly ended in the market. There's a time kulikuanga na msako ulifanyika. Someplace in Eastlands, if I'm not wrong. And it was late last year. Either late last year or mid last year. Bro, ile mafuta ilipatikana ya kupika. Substandard. Barrels, not barrels, mitungi. Unaona hizi mitungi za kawaida za 20 liters. Hizo jerrycan. Zilipatikana mingi.
What made that cooking oil substandard?
So what they were saying is, if I remember the news story well, is that number one, it wasn't safe for consumption because it had not been refined in the way mafuta should be refined. And then secondly, it contained other molecules or particles, if you may call them, that were not safe for the human body. Carcinogenic particles and so on and so forth. Others even
How
poisonous.
did it come into the country?
That's the question. So huo msako, sikumbuki if it was KEBS who did the arrest, it was EACC who did the arrest, or it was anti-counterfeit who did the arrest, but someone did that arrest, and I remember it was a government agency. And I remember just saying, wa, mimi ninajua kuna watu wananuangewa mafuta ya kupima. They do not buy the usual ones that we find in the supermarket, the big brands that we're used to. They actually go to the shop na anapimiwa depending on how much money they have. So anything from, I think, is it 30 bob? Going upwards. So depending on how much money you can afford, unapimiwa hiyo mafuta. Because there are Kenyans who cannot buy the bulk 1 kg or 1 liter that you use in a month. Then they actually anangojanga, kama ni mtu wa mjengo, ile 500 amelipwa leo, anaeka 30 bob ya mafuta, 30 bob ya mayai, hata hiyo itatosha juu mayai imepanda. Saizi mayai ni 35 bob mbili. So it's about 17 shillings per mayai. So anaeka pesa ya mayai kando, alafu anaeka pesa ya sukuma kando. So those are that is the market. Actually, and I think it is the biggest market.
You know, we don't have palm oil. The oil that our so-called oil manufacturers have come in from Indonesia, come in from Malaysia, come in from West Africa, come in from wherever they come from. It is formulated to a certain degree. It is then refined and then sold. So, what I'm not certain about, the oil that was found in those quantities, what type was it? Was it the type that should find its way to the oil refineries that we have so that they can be refined and made fit for human consumption? Yes? Or are they suggesting that this oil was of a different nature and yet it was being sold as fit for human consumption? Because the one which comes in and needs to be refined isn't fit. That's why it's being refined. Okay? The thing about corruption and such matters in the country, you're never really certain what it is that you're reading or hearing. Yeah. Because the question of how it got into the country, and yet there are bodies that are charged with ensuring that the things that come into the country have been tested and that they are safe and fit for human consumption. How did it get into the country to the point where it is stored somewhere and waiting to be offloaded onto the market? Because that is what is being insinuated. Yeah. What did KEBS do? How did KEBS allow it? Do you remember there was a time we had a saga of sugar that we were told was full of mercury? Yes. Okay? And we're told that this is sugar that came in, not in containers, it was loaded in the hull of a ship. Ship is steel. Yes. Steel rusts. So the implication was this sugar was contaminated as could be. And then the saga, similar to the one that we are now reading and talking about regarding the fuel oil. Yes. And we're told at some point it was destroyed. But there was a lapse of that sugar being in the country for some time before we were told it was destroyed. Okay? Yeah. So the question lingered. How much of it was destroyed if indeed it was destroyed? It is the same question we are now asking. We have a history of murky, unexplained to completion situations where a scandal, something that is untoward has occurred, and for some reason there are investigations which halt at a certain point until a new scandal comes about, and then we're reminded of the previous one whose issues were never concluded. So all I can say is, here we are again.
I have found that story. Counterfeit cooking oil worth 100 million seized in Mombasa. This is September 8th, 2025. So it's last year, September. A multi-agency team comprising the anti-counterfeit agency, so it was anti-counterfeit, and security officers has cracked down on a syndicate dealing in unfit cooking oil, seizing consignments and other suspected proceeds of crime worth 100 million at a private yard in Mombasa. During the raid on the Shimanzi yard on Sunday, that was September, the team intercepted several 20-liter jerrycans of cooking oil from various brands, as well as 13 tankers used to ferry that oil. You know, this same palm oil that we're talking about is used to make other products that are not necessarily
soap.
Exactly.
etc.
Soap, lotions, mafuta ya nywele, vitu tu wanawake wanapendanga kutumia. Now, ukiangalia the amount that was seized, 100 million, packed in cooking jerrycans that would resemble the ones that we buy for cooking.
The cooking oil that we find in retail outlets, yes.
And then they were packaging that for Akina Wanjiko to buy.
How it got into the country How? Because if it hadn't gotten into the country, this discussion wouldn't be taking place. How did it get into the country?
Someone somewhere blinded the...
Somebody brought it in. No,
the authorities.
They didn't, Paul. Unless by blinding you mean that the authorities...
Of course, kuna mtu aliambiwa hii mafuta inaingia. Shika yako ya macho. As a matter of fact, take a walk.
As a matter of fact, observe the moon.
Yes.
Yes, tafadhali. Or the constellation of stars.
You know what? Today you have diarrhea. Don't come to work.
In fact, look at it this way. You need to visit. You haven't visited your relatives for a long time.
As a matter of fact, why don't you go visit your mom?
Yes, please. And while you're at it, take her this. It is strange, and this is always strange, that we imagine that every successive government, as it is spoken and as we document it, us in the media, are the first and the most virulent abrogators of our laws. And yet with every government, the stories such as the one we're talking about, you will find them if you look for them. You don't need to scratch the surface very hard. Just kidogo scratch, and the stories come out.
Because someone was going to sell this as cooking oil.
Yes,
for sure.
Yes, they were.
For sure. Yani, their aim was, we are selling this as cooking oil. Forget the fact that it was supposed to make lotion or hair products. Hii wanaenda kupika nayo kaimati, wanaenda kupika nayo sausages. How heartless can someone be? Fine, I get you want to make money.
No. That is not wanting to make money, Paul. That is making money the center of your life, meaning that is a God you worship. Because the God you worship occupies your mind and your soul and your body. That is a being that you will willingly lay prostrate for. That is a being that you will willingly do anything for. And you'll do in their name.
You know for a fact that this oil is going to give people cancer.
Yes, you do.
But you still go ahead and do it.
It's not you, it's going to give cancer, so why should you care?
So yeah, that oil allegedly ended up in the market. That is according to Mokaya. Thanks Mokaya for your contribution. Alex Gioka amesema good morning Paul and City. Kitale tunawapata Vulai. Asante sana Alex Gioko. Hata sisi tunasema tunakubarika kupatikana Vulai. Do you know what Vulai is?
I have no idea, man.
Live. Vulai, live. So live. So tunapatikana huko Vulai. Ama kama Watanzania wanapenda kusema mbashara. Aswan Omondi says, watching from Nakuru. Good morning Muga and Movie. Good morning Aswan. 2.0 people are always critical of Gava but not Kenyans. Na vile Kenyans hawananga akili. It might take 2.0.
Mazi ametoka huko akaenda huko haraka sana.
He never disappoints. You want to know Kenyans hawananga akili, just go to social media and see the kind of stuff they post and the comments.
Ujamasi ya social media pia. Okay, tuendelee.
Alafu akaendelea kusema Edna ananiambia by the Vulai ni poa kabisa. Not live. So I've been thinking this thing wrongly the whole you know what? Bro, I have my own definition of Vulai.
Do not let that concern you for a single second. What you've done is introduce a synonym.
Vulai live.
Basi hiyo ni sawa baba tuendelee. Yes.
Anyway, so 2.0 amesema ODM must also are we there? ODM must also field candidates everywhere including Nairobi governor and Rift Valley and Mlima and Ukambani. Hata mimi sitaki zoning sasa. Grab everything except hiyo ya juu. We're going to talk about zoning just now. Alando says, guys, combustion engines are not safe at all. Some might have already knocked. Yes, because of that adulterated fuel, like City called it earlier on. Majok asks, do you remember the Anjeri story? 17 billion fuel from Turkey. Wait, we bought fuel from Turkey?
Which country are we in, Paul?
We're in Kenya.
Right, go on, please.
Joseph Boya says, Paul, sing for us Choma Mgondi, hope mkopoa. Yeah, I used to sing and I have a song online somewhere. You can go check it out.
Ni yako binafsi?
No, nimeimba na Kajairo. Unajua Kajairo?
I've heard of him.
Nimeimba na Kajairo na jamaa mwingine anajulikana kama Paddy Wubon. Huyu jamaa anapendanga kufanya parodies. Tulimba ngoma inaitwa Choma Mgondi. Endeni mitafute kwa internet. I hope it's still there. But anyway, let's get back to this whole zoning thing, because for my take anasema ODM must also field candidates everywhere including Nairobi governor and Rift Valley and Mlima and Ukambani. Hata mimi sitaki zoning sasa. Grab everything except hiyo ya juu. So let me see if I understand what zoning is about from an ODM perspective. ODM has got strongholds, right?
Yes.
So if they are strong, let's say in Nyanza region, they shouldn't bother with Ukambani because probably they're not as strong in Ukambani, right? Is that what they're trying to say? Is that what zoning is all about? So they are saying even in a zoning tuache, let us field everywhere, even in Ukambani or in a place like where now? Where isn't ODM popular? Let's say Mbeere North. I don't know if they are popular there, but let me just take an assumption. So they are saying let's even field a candidate in Mbeere North. Whatever happens, happens. Is that what they're saying?
Yep.
Okay.
You see, the thing is this: when you get into a political association or understanding or merger, or whatever you want to call it, there are ways in which you want to conduct the affairs of this particular union.
Yeah.
And the concept of zoning then acquires new meaning. And what they are fighting here is not the zoning. They're fighting the exclusion that comes with zoning.
Right.
Meaning there are things you can do and there are things you cannot do. And the argument is, no. We want to be able to do what we want everywhere.
Yeah.
And their counter argument will be then, why are we in this pact if we intend and hope to be able to succeed where we think we're strong? And they're saying, it doesn't matter. Let there be competition. Yes.
But remember, Honorable Kaluma, when he was here some 2 weeks ago, he said that they're actually going to do zoning.
Yes.
They will do zoning because it makes a lot of sense. Something else that Martha Karua said here on behalf of the opposition, she said that part of the hesabu wako nayo ya kuingia katika uaniaji wa viti mwaka ujao is that they are also going to consider zoning. Because they know, for example, there are places where PLP is strong. So why should Wiper field candidates in a PLP stronghold? That is just scattering votes.
It is.
And I thought that actually makes a lot of sense. Why would PLP field a candidate in Ekalasa, where my grandmother currently resides? That is wasting or splitting votes. Because now...
But that is the heart of the matter, as you put it. Why split votes?
Yeah. Kama mumekuja pamoja kama UDA. Unajua kama hangekuwa wamekuja pamoja kama UDA, wangesema, you know what, let's try it out there. You know, let's gauge our strength. But now, if they really want to capture power, if they want to have a strong parliament in terms of composition of government or opposition for that matter, zoning might actually be the way to go.
Look at, when we had Dr. Musa Mukitui in the studio,
we
were talking about the effort that they were making as Young Turks in their time. And we're talking about 1992. The formation of Ford before 1992, and then what happened in 1992 when we were experiencing our first multi-party election. Ford split.
Yeah.
It took them 10 years. 10 years to understand that if they wanted to remove the incumbent, they needed to unite. 10 years. There were all sorts of formations in between. And Kanu just kept going in. President Moi kept winning. He kept winning, he kept winning, he kept winning. Yes. And it is after 10 years had lapsed that now it was possible for them to actually win. Please go ahead.
Can we have a listen to Honorable Kaluma? Mheshimiwa, good morning.
Morning.
Okay, I hope you can hear me clearly.
I can. That sounds like movie.
Yes, it is movie. I'm with City Muga in the studio.
Pleasure to speak with you this morning.
Yeah, we were just having a conversation around this whole issue of zoning. I remember when you were here a couple of weeks ago, you did mention something to do with that particular thing, which is zoning, and you said that you, as a coalition, you will consider looking at where your strongholds are and field candidates accordingly. Or did I understand you incorrectly?
No, you did understand me well.
Yes. So
Yes.
Our biggest question this morning is where ODM stands as far as zoning is concerned.
Yeah, ODM is always in competition to win. And it is because the ODM party cannot win alone that we normally go into pre-election coalitions.
All right.
If we went into a pre-election coalition in 2022, it would be our fourth time. You remember we were in the CORD coalition.
Yes.
We then were in the NASA coalition in 2017.
Right.
In 2022, we were in the Azimio coalition with other parties. Now, when you go into coalition, you go to win.
Right.
and you bolster your winning chances by bringing other parties, to work with you towards that win.
Yes.
And so you field a single presidential candidate.
Mm-hmm.
That is where zoning, by the way, begins.
Okay.
That you ring-fence the presidency for one candidate.
Yes.
For whom all the member parties fight.
Okay.
And then in terms of, the other seats, of course, there is always the deeper realization that you cannot run a government without, winning the majority in the other seats, especially in parliament. Yeah, and so you will also field a single candidate as a coalition.
Right.
In each area.
Okay.
And that is where, zoning gets properly defined. That you seek the best candidate
okay.
To deliver the seat, whether it is MP, whether it is governor, whether it is senator, whether it is MCA in each area. Now, in terms of defining that, you go with the idea that political parties have strengths in different areas.
Yes.
Mbuvi, when you go to the United States of America,
yeah,
you have red states which you can never change.
For sure.
For the Republicans, you have blue states which you can never change. For the Democrats, and then you will have a few swing states which people fight over.
Yes.
In Europe, it is also the same case. You have areas where for labor.
Yes.
You have areas which are for conservative-leaning parties. And so what we have been doing in Africa and in Kenya.
Right.
And as a party called ODM. Is that if you remember in the last elections, for instance.
Yes.
We were with, Wiper, we were with Jubilee, we were with NAC Kenya, among other parties. So when you go to somewhere like Lower Eastern, where Wiper is strong, it has always been a waste of time for the other coalition members to fill the people there.
Okay.
We leave it to Wiper because that background, that stronghold resonates with Wiper.
True.
When you go, for instance, to northeastern coast or western or Luo Nyanza, our successive coalitions have been leaving them to the ODM party.
Okay.
Because what ODM stands for easily resonates with those regions.
Okay.
And made ODM popular. You remember when we had candidates in some parts of Nairobi, some parts of Mount Kenya region.
Yes.
We also left them to, the Jubilee Party.
Yes, I remember.
Yeah, because also how our parties are formed.
Yes.
And that is for the reason that you must win the presidency. And then you must also have the numbers to then run government if you win that presidency.
Now,
yes. Let me tell you.
Yes.
Especially for parliament. If you joke around, you must know that if you win the presidency,
yes,
your cabinet has to be approved by parliament.
Okay.
And if you play around, they will not approve, meaning they will be dictating to you, the opposition will be dictating to you who your cabinet is.
Yes.
Parliament now budgets unlike before. You will not get the budget to implement your manifesto if you don't have controlling numbers in parliament.
Very true.
Parliament just demonstrated to Kenyans a short while ago that they can impeach the deputy president so as they can the president. They normally impeach governors. That is the work of parliament. They can remove any state officer. So if you don't have majority in parliament, you remember what President Uhuru said in 2017.
Yes.
Where he was saying that when fresh elections was called by the Supreme Court, he said that even if we were to defeat them in the fresh elections,
right,
because they had majority of parliament, they would immediately impeach, Raila. And that is why, in terms of zoning,
Yes.
we avoid a situation where members of a single coalition both field candidates.
Mm-hmm.
Because what they would do is to share the votes and create a pathway for a possible opposition candidate.
Mm-hmm.
Or, a candidate opposing them to win until the numbers when it becomes critical. But number two, for ODM, and this is very important for us.
Right.
If there is a possibility that we can, see the presidential candidate to UDA.
Yes.
That is President Ruto,
Yes.
We still as a party must be strong before elections
Mm-hmm.
and after elections, because remember, you are going into a pre-election coalition,
Yes.
and you agree on a number of things. If you have few MPs, by allowing partner parties to encroach into your space,
yes,
how will you enforce the deal? We would end up with the situation where Kibaki put us in 2002, you remember?
I remember, yes.
Where you agree Raila will be made prime minister.
And then something else happens.
And just change and you can do nothing about it.
Uh-huh.
You remember the situation in 2007 when they rigged our win?
Okay.
You go in and they, get, wipe on their side.
Uh-huh.
And in as much as ODM remains, the strong party because of resources, you don't have that strong voice to enforce.
You end losing out.
Upon.
Yes.
So we are saying we must be able, because the ODM party stands for some things.
Mheshimiwa,
and for ODM, it is devolution, human rights, and equity or inclusivity across the country.
Mheshimiwa,
you must agree on that before, and you must have the numbers to enforce it if there is a problem later on in terms of your coalition cohesion.
Now, Mheshimiwa, I have a question, because some of your colleagues, for example, GEM MP Elisha Odhiambo, Suba North MP Millie Odhiambo, seem to have a different opinion, saying that ODM is a popular party, and in the absence of Raila, you need to listen to the ground. Perhaps they have some valid reasons there, don't you think so?
I can tell you that when parties are in a coalition, the coalition will always present one candidate.
Okay.
I think they are not understanding it well. This is not to prevent other political parties outside of your coalition.
Yes.
From presenting. And you must also look at the background of those who are speaking yesterday.
Okay.
They are some of these people who are saying we should support President Ruto with no conditions, as if we are in this political, space for play.
Okay.
Somebody like Elisha, you remember, went, that side long before. So he's speaking, in my view, for the UDA party.
Oh.
I wanted to say there are times to be pleased in the political space.
Yes.
And there are times to play real politics. If they believe that, their zones or where they come from, if they'll be contesting, should be open to competition even by the UDA members, then I can tell you I'm the chair of the ODM party in Noma Bay County.
Yes.
We will open up, Suba North, where Honorable Millie comes from, to competition by UDA members. But in principle, we have the best and most practicable approaches to winning elections if we are serious.
Yes.
And the matter of zoning is not a new thing. It is the way political parties go. But I understand my colleagues who are there, we are going to avail, the constituencies they are running for.
Yeah.
To competition by UDA. and we can see then, how it goes. Itimuga, we left Kasipul by election.
Yes.
And I'm talking from experiences,
Yes, and you paid a fairly steep price during that particular by-election.
Do you remember Itimuga? I was nearly killed. In fact, I was left for dead.
Yes, I remember communicating with you during that particular period of time.
Successive surgeries.
Yes.
To reconstruct the injury I suffered there.
Yes.
And sometimes it really weakens me. The people who attacked me were not independent candidates.
No.
They were goons and a gang which were brought in by individuals who are supporting UDA. And the people we were, competing there, CT were not those candidates you saw. They were people, sponsored by UDA. So that we had the president supporting our candidate. We had the deputy president even coming and helping us with, efforts to consolidate support for the candidate. But you remember my cry a week before the elections that these people who went to UDA long before, looking at us as some prodigal sons who came later and could be driving the agenda, came together and were piling resources on a candidate there. And if you remember when I was attacked City, I had 2 OCPDs at Agorosare. I had over 20 police officers, a number of whom were armed. And you just saw them, usher in the goons and step back. What we are saying is that we cannot be partners in a scheme to get the presidency, and we cannot possibly be in a situation, City, I've not said what is going to happen, where we possibly see the presidency to President Ruto, then locally we are engaged in, shadowy fights with UDA when they actually know they cannot win. We should be free to go and, seek seats out elsewhere. And that is why I'm saying, if we can sacrifice, for example, if I were to say the presidency to President Ruto, that by itself is zoning already. If it is not zoning the presidency or ring fencing the presidency for them, then we should also field. In which case you don't have a you don't have a pre-election coalition.
Yes.
We then can field all candidates if we are not in a coalition for each and every seat.
Yeah.
And then we go it alone, essentially. And City, if there is one legacy Baba taught us, is handshake after elections. We can go it alone and, shake hands with whoever wins if we don't win. And we were well trained, through that process also. So we don't want a situation where we could possibly ring fence the presidency for the UDA candidate who is President Ruto, and then you still spite us thinking that we are negotiating with you while kneeling. We are not kneeling. We can go it alone to the end. And as I said, we have a very strong, presidential candidate under our constitution in Dr. Oburu Oginga.
Mheshimiwa, are there current ODM zones that are in danger of disappearing? Maybe because of the absence of Baba or because of any new emerging political situations?
No, obviously, parties compete to strengthen their strongholds as they advance into new territories.
Yes.
And that is why after Baba, left us, you remember, we came up with this thing called Linda Ground.
Yes.
Linda Ground to mean consolidate, defend and protect your bases even as you advance into new territories.
Yes.
And so that competition is normal. It is there. We are consolidating our grounds as we also, reach out to, bases which we believe can be attractive to us. But so are other parties.
Yes.
The challenge we now have absent Baba is that towering figure which, was because of what it stood for over time was very attractive to the country, is now missing. So we are in a situation where we are a party of ideals, a party of devolution, a party of human rights, a party of inclusivity, a party of equity, a party fighting for the marginalized and the minorities.
Right.
But we lack the personification of those ideals in an individual. And number two is that we are in a situation where, the political parties' funds are also not coming the way the law would contemplate they come.
Yes.
So that you must be aware we are owed over 12 billion.
Yes.
Movie by the national government currently.
Okay.
As a fund that should be available to the ODM party. And when that is happening, you have a governing party which in the mind of some politicians, could have the resources to enable them mount individual campaigns.
Okay.
Because ours is a fast past the post, system.
All right.
And so there are areas where naturally our support bases can support ODM as they also can support, President Ruto.
Okay.
We obviously have to go full throttle in the North Rift. Places like West Pokot, places like Turkana.
All right.
We are obviously facing, some level of challenge in the Ma areas. Samburu, Isiolo, and a bit of Narok and Kajiado.
Okay.
But these are areas where we have always competed with, President Ruto. I think we competed even, last elections.
Yes.
But, we have this situation where the UDA side, by way of perspective now, has easy resources for a candidate running under its name. So there could be that allurement, that enticement that, a candidate goes that side or this side.
Yes.
There are also areas where we had very strong, bases, largely because of the presence and the gravitas of Raila. Some places in Western Kenya, a place like Busia, Kakamega, Vihiga, those have been our strongholds.
Okay.
And what we hear is that because of our approach more with UDA,
yes,
you can get, a candidate or, an elected leader within ODM saying because ODM is now in good relationship or partnership with UDA, even if they ran under UDA, they would still win. Of course, that is not the thinking of the membership.
Yes.
But the leaders, and so they look at shortcuts in terms of, is it President Ruto who would give me more money to run? Or it is ODM which has not received their political party's funds?
Okay.
But I wonder we keep reminding them that the people and ODM in particular is never supported based on money, but principle and the willingness to sacrifice for the nation.
Okay.
When that call is made. So there are those challenges.
Yeah.
But, not quite a major one. We are still strong with, the general population in our strongholds.
Sawa Mheshimiwa. One last question. The Linda Mwananchi group, if they do decide to go and seek re-election on different parties, would ODM have lost those seats, or ODM will field candidates in those particular positions and recapture them?
Number one, I don't think they will impact much. They will suffer, still, but they don't have the gravitas and the resources, the organization, in my view, to mount, a campaign that can enable them influence the politics going to the future.
Yes.
I don't see them to be going on their own movie. I told you in our last interview.
Yes.
That these are by another name a branch of the Gachagua formation, and so they will just flap there. Most likely, in movie, I can tell you, they will run under Wiper. They will not go under
any other
their own separate thing. They will they're with Gachagua, but they'll run through Wiper. But I can tell you, as a political party,
right,
the moment your fidelity to the party is questioned, we immediately begin identifying the alternative candidate to take that seat and bring it back to the ODM. So I can tell you, Nairobi Senate is already consolidating our base behind, Jalango. I can tell you we are already doing, opinion analysis on Embakasi East.
Okay.
And it being the case that Babu Owino, of course, has left it already.
Yes.
I can tell you we are sharpening the edge, and I think we are weighing between three good candidates there.
All right.
Langata Wijalango is leaving we are toying around with, candidates, including the very eloquent Winnie Odinga. And so we don't sit back. The Nairobi gubernatorial seat.
Yes.
Which, now Babu has left Embakasi East to try his chances on, working with the possibility that is reluctant to be our candidates. We are already looking at the weight of, possible candidates, including Sakaja himself.
All right.
Yeah, so you don't sit back in politics. Every second, every minute you are moving and you are strategizing and you are scheming.
Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa. I believe that's all we have for you for now. Thank you for taking our call and for accepting to have this conversation.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, karibu sana. Well, one thing I like Mheshimiwa for is that he says things as they are.
Well, as he sees them.
As he sees them. Even when he was here, he still said the same things. For example, he did mention on the issue of Akina Sifuna, the Linda Mwananchi group. He said, look, these guys have already moved to Wiper. And there's no two ninis about it, two ways about it. And here's the funny thing, even before Honorable Kaluma mentioned it when he was here 2 weeks ago, I had actually heard of it from someone else. I think someone in the office here, one of our reporters, alisema watu wanataka kukimbia na, or rather wanataka kusimama na kugombea katika, there are various seats in the name of Wiper. But now here's my question. Now that Jalango wants to be Senator of Nairobi, Sifuna, I believe, still wants to be Senator of Nairobi. I think I heard him in an interview saying that, him is okay. But I don't know now with these new political temperatures whether he has changed his mind and probably wants to become president or what. I honestly don't know. Or he wants to become running mate. Will he be Matiang'i's running mate, Kalonzo's running mate, Gachagwa's running mate? At this point, we don't know.
Why does he need to be anybody's running mate?
I'm just saying.
He could, I'm contributing. He could simply just take a stab at it on his own.
President.
We've had the most interesting individuals, Kenyans, vying for the presidency.
Then he will add on to the pool that we already know of the very many presidential candidates.
Yes.
However, we know that opposition wants to consolidate behind one person, and they will tell us when they are ready.
They will.
Yeah. But now here's the thing. If they have opposition candidate 1, opposition candidate 2 in the name of Edwin Sifuna, bro, they will again hand this thing over to the incumbent in the morning, like he likes to say.
If you're looking at the united opposition,
yes,
and you look at the individuals within it, the one person who stands out as having had the sort of credentials that go way, 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 way back to the time before the re-emergence, the repealing of the Section 2A of the Constitution, it is one Dr. Mohisa Kitui.
Right.
But he is the spokesperson. Now, if the spokesperson of that party, the United Opposition, told us here with clarity that there are things they are working on, and the things they are working on are the very things that I would consider to be the pillars on which the candidacy or the efficacy of this particular United Opposition would stand on, are still a work in progress. When will it be completed, number one? Number two, what really can they do that with certainty we can say will change the trajectory that the country is currently in? What confidence do they help bring into this conversation that they are the ones who are actually able? When everybody seems to be firing in all sorts of different directions. You see, that having been said, the politics of our country is one of the weirdest, one of the oddest things that anybody can actually come across. Because the moving parts that are known are considered, and people say this is what we know and this is what we expect. And yet, what then transpires sometimes defies that logic that we're using completely. We've seen it over and over and over and over again. Now, and it's for that reason that I wouldn't dismiss anybody who wants to vie for a particular position. I wouldn't.
I actually wouldn't advise against dismissing them because we still have a couple of months to go. Yeah. But here's my question now. Now that Mheshimiwa Babu Owino wants to run as Nairobi governor, what really are his chances? And I'm asking this because I don't know. I do not know what the ground is saying.
How did he manage to become member of parliament for Embakasi?
That one we would need to ask the people of Embakasi East. But they like him there nonetheless.
They actually love him. And he has proved himself to be a very, very, very viable and a very user-friendly member of parliament.
But does the larger Nairobi accept him the same way Embakasi East have embraced him? Sakaja, sijui anataka kuwania kiti gani, but let's just assume that he wants to still run for Nairobi County Senate.
No, man, he's a governor. Sakaja. You say Sifuna or Sakaja?
I meant Sifuna. Did I say Sakaja?
Yes, Sifuna.
I meant Sifuna. So if Honorable Sifuna still wants the Nairobi seat, him being in Linda Mwananchi, has it made him more popular, more acceptable, more loved, as opposed to how he was before Linda Mwananchi?
Do I hear you to be asking the question, can Sifuna vie for political position, not being an ODM candidate and win?
To be honest, yeah, that's the question I'm asking. But to be honest, I do not see him running for president and getting that position.
He doesn't have to get it. He doesn't have to get it.
Yeah. So he will be jobless for the next 5 years.
How many times did President... No, not necessarily. How many times did President Kibaki vie for that particular position?
Several decades.
Precisely. Several. And eventually he did get it.
Yes, okay? True story.
There are things about our politics that you must look at whenever it is you are thinking about who a presidential candidate will be. What it is, what seems to be a constant is that the presidential candidate is always the president's. It is the president's to lose. It's the incumbent can determine whether they're going to win or lose.
Yeah.
Okay. And the determination is often hinged on what it is that people desire, what they want, and the trajectory of their thinking. Right now, the narrative of one term has become like a national anthem for many people. The narrative of Ruto must go has become a narrative for most people. Now, many people translate that to mean that when come the election, the people will vote against Ruto. I am of a contrary opinion. Between popular narratives and the actual voting,
yes,
there is an enormous divide. In the past, what one has seen are people who support an individual to the point where you feel these people are going to vote for this person.
Okay.
But this one, I do not see the same thing. So, come the election, and given the period that we have, and in the absence of an opposition that seems to provide viable options beyond rhetoric, beyond narratives, it is the president's, it is his choice to win or lose this particular election.
Yeah, I mean, getting back to Sakaja, I keep on saying this, but getting back to Sifuna, I honestly would advise him, if I had the chance, tell him, maintain this whole Senate seat for now, but continue with this Linda Mwananchi thing that you guys are doing. It's absolutely beautiful. Hapa sasa kwa ndugu yetu Babu Owino ndio sasa sijui, because the individuals that I know of, again, and I'm speaking from a point of zero knowledge on what the ground is actually saying, but in the name of, I mean, in Babu Owino asking for the seat of governor at this current time, I do not know kama hiyo kitu anaweza ipata.
The seat of the governor of Nairobi is negotiated. Do not be fooled.
Exactly. Because I remember what happened after Kidero.
Yes.
Hiyo kitu vinyo umesema ya Nairobi inatakanga watu kadhaa wasikizane.
It has to be negotiated.
And it's very sad.
It has to be negotiated.
That Nairobians are usually given a choice that has been sieved by the who's who.
Of the interested parties.
They really do not have much choice.
No.
They might want City Muga, but if City Muga is not ordained, it's a wrap, my friend. But anyway, I don't know. Hii kiti ya Nairobi sijui.
You see, Sakaja's candidacy was promising when you looked at his narrative, the things he said. The man even breathed hope into the entire election.
Yes.
He has been let's say it was a mistake. Okay?
Yes.
So, how do you ensure that a mistake of that nature is not made again?
Now, I actually cringed at one point when Mheshimiwa said that they are considering Sakaja for this seat.
That one. I took in a deep breath as a boy.
Nimesikia akisema Sakaja. Ni venye tu time ilikuwa imeisha. But nilikuwa nataka kumuuliza.
Bro.
Why? I honestly, look, I have nothing against Sakaja, and I wish we would actually host him here, because I have questions for him. Na si hatujajaribu kuhost mheshimiwa Sakaja, tumejaribu kumpata ndio shida. But I honestly would want to sit down with Honorable Sakaja and just ask him, Governor, what on earth is going on?
No, but he explained it. The man has a gift of gab. He knows how to talk. This isn't a subject of someone's eloquence. We are not determining how well somebody can speak, on how well they can explain, or how well they can rabble-rouse.
Okay.
That's not what we're determining here. When you're talking about the county of Nairobi, you're talking about somebody who can manage all the moving parts of Nairobi. Being able to manage the politics, being able to manage the administration, being able to actually build all source revenue to the point where Nairobi can actually run on its own source revenue, and so forth, and so forth, and so forth. Now, do such people exist? They do. They do. But the political configuration and how it is those who own Nairobi feel Nairobi should be run. There are people who own it. Okay? Whether it will allow for somebody who can actually manage the city as it should be managed, I do not know. That's where the president comes in. Because the president has the might and the ability to reconfigure that whole thing.
Make things move.
He can.
And we have seen, like, for example, with this current situation, this current collaboration that they have with Nairobi County. But look, me, what I would then want with the Honorable Sakaja, fine, forget having this interview on air. I want us to have that conversation over 18-year-old Uji. Yeah? And I just ask him, shida iko wapi na hii county yetu ya Nairobi? Ndio akwambia ukweli, kama ukweli utaiambia mtu, ndio uelewe tu useme tu enyewe sasa nimekupata.
Paul, the problem isn't something that is very, very difficult, and it isn't a problem that we can put at the feet of Sakaja alone. No. It is the curse of the county system of government. When people say we've devolved corruption, what we've done is we have a culture that seems to have been accepted that when you get into the throes of government, the task that you want to maneuver is how best you can misappropriate, that is politely speaking, how else you can steal the resources that are at your disposal for purposes of the citizens of that country. The culture that we've developed, that people grow rich in this country by misappropriating money. There is a conflict that we Kenyans have. It's a malady, it's a disease.
Yes.
On the one hand, we are Christians. On the one hand, we condone corruption that we like.
Yeah.
On the one hand, we say that there are values and we are against corruption. But on the other hand, bless you, we actually condone it with our action. And we think that when I bribe a policeman, when I know I am wrong, instead of rectifying it and facing the full face of the law that I'm not corrupt, I am corrupt. We have determined for ourselves what we accept. That conflict that resonates with our persona as a citizenry of this country explodes, and we see it manifest in the leaders. Why? When you ask, hold people to account, but how do we hold them? They are the leaders. We even praise and even look forward for opportunities where we can do what the governors do.
Right.
Sakaja is not alone in this. The conflict of seeking to actually do what you're supposed to do, and the conflict of you wanting to get rich through ensuring that you pilfer as much as you possibly can the resources meant for the people. Let's start with what we were told yesterday.
0.3% taking up 55% of our revenue.
Thank you so much. Now, so you tell me, and you know this, that revenue is what's supposed to grow the economy of that county. How is that economy ever going to grow? That is 0.3% or even 1% at the most. You haven't gone to the travel budget that is more than the budget for bursaries. You haven't gone into all these other details. So when will the counties actually ever rise? So it is, Sakaja just happens to be the governor of Nairobi, and I happen to be a Nairobian, and it is for that reason that I speak. But all the other governors that we have, the conflict, they represent the Kenyan psyche, the Kenyan persona, where we are a conflicted people who are determined. We speak this, we drink this. We speak water, but we drink uji. Okay?
Yep.
That's who we are. Now, how on earth do you move away from that? Because the example has been set. Everyone wants a piece of this pie and everybody wants a deal of this pie. How do you move away from that when somebody actually focuses and says, guys, first of all, we are going to stick to that 35% maximum. In fact, we start with 30%. Then
US they are managing 18, with 18.
17 and a half, 18.
Can I just read a few comments here before we get into the news break? Come on. Why don't you scroll out? Thank you. Let me start with Polycarp Ocheng amesema, does Kaluma understand what a democracy means? Mokaya Alois, remind Kaluma to stop going on hypocritical rampage and crying foul. Why would he be the one leading the UDA praise choir if he believes in their backbiting in the hour of need? Asifuye mvua imemnyea. 2.1 nasema, I was in support of zoning but I've changed my mind. Orengo is very cunning and conniving and might come back and convince ODM and get ticket. Then Siaya citizens end up forgetting he can't manage a roundabout. Vincent Hope anasema, Kaluma is just accepting defeat. I want to read someone's quote that I haven't read. Thomas anasema, it's like ODM boat is sinking in UDA ocean. Mr. Asingo, good morning my great people. And then Wafula Timo anasema, the United Opposition should pick Sifuna as their presidential candidate or running mate. Vincent Hope, hiyo story ya zoning itupwe mbali sana. We always get incompetent leaders due to Raila over domineering politics. Saa we want leaders hata kama ni chama cha tip-tip. Moja tip-tip.
Yes.
Sawa. I believe I have mentioned every single person in this particular comment section. Big shout out to Eunice Kioko amesema Ekalasa was just chilling. Remember I told you that's where my grandmother chills. So we're getting into the news break. Then when we return, what do? We get into more serious conversations. So don't go too far. We'll be right back.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Arsenal secured a dramatic 1-0 win over Sporting Lisbon in the first leg of their quarter-final, thanks to a 91st winner from Kai Havertz, who came off the bench to finish a pass from Gabriel Martinelli. Meanwhile, Bayern Munich beat Real Madrid 2-1 in their first leg clash. Luis Diaz and Harry Kane scored for Bayern. Kylian Mbappe's strike 16 minutes from time gave the Spanish giants a lifeline at the Bernabeu, but it was the Los Blancos who finally lost the match ahead of the second leg. 36 players from the 2026 National Youth and Cadet Chess Championship have been picked for Kenya's national team for the Africa Youth Chess Championship. Another 200 players will take part in the national playoffs from April 10th to 15th. The Africa Youth Championship runs from May 14th to 23rd in Entebbe, Uganda.
My name is Bernard Wanjala. I'm the president of Chess Kenya. Today we are here in Mangu for Kenya National Youth Chess Championship, where we have children across the country who are selected in the last regional qualifiers. And this is a big stage where we are selecting the best of the best to fly our national flag in the international events. We have upcoming Africa Youth in Uganda, which will be happening this May.
And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. 5 people, including 2 Kenya Defence Forces officers, have been charged of a burglary plot in Kitengela, Kajiado County. According to the prosecution, the group planned to break into the home of KDF officer Major General George Okumu Opondo at Acacia Paradise Estate. The suspects denied the charges and were released on 500,000 Kenya shillings cash bail or 1 million Kenya shillings bond each. The case is set for mention on April 25th, 2026.
And lastly, we pray to be supplied with all relevant documents that the prosecution intends to use during the trial.
We'll be making an application, Your Honor, that the first accused person, that is Charles Kiyo Matata, who is currently a serving member of the Kenya Defence Forces, Your Honor, that is of service number 92084, the rank of sergeant, 92084, rank of sergeant, pursuant to the offense before you, Your Honor, has active disciplinary proceedings.
A 56-year-old man, Gilbert Nyabuto Musome, has been formally arraigned in court over suspected child trafficking. He was arrested in Kiminini, Trans Nzoia County, after members of the public raised the alarm. Musome faces charges of trafficking in persons and false representation. He was released on a cash bail of 40,000 Kenya shillings or a bond of 80,000 Kenya shillings, with a case set for hearing on May 15th, 2026. President William Ruto is set to address the Nairobi County Assembly tomorrow. Ahead of the address, Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja convened a high-level coordination meeting on Tuesday. The meeting brought together key stakeholders, including the County Assembly Speaker and the leadership, the County Commissioner, National Government Administrative Officers, and Regional Police Commanders. Discussion focused on aligning security, logistics, and protocol arrangements to ensure the presidential visit goes smoothly. The Luo and Kalenjin councils of elders agreed to rally their communities behind President Ruto's re-election bid. The elders, all Nilotes, to unite to re-elect President Ruto, who is seeking a second term next year. They also expressed confidence that with their support, the president will receive a resounding victory.
Tunataka kabila Wajaluo na Makalenjin na all Nilotes, Masai, Turkana, Samburu, Teso kuungana pamoja, kwa maana tunataka kupiga kura moja.
Kana wakati ya kupiga kura, nafikiri hatutakosa kufikia milioni 8 na mbele.
Rwanda's President Paul Kagame says the country will never allow another genocide occur in the country. Speaking during the 32nd anniversary of the 1994 genocide, Kagame says Rwandans are determined to rebuild and stay united. In just 100 days in 1994, about 800,000 people were slaughtered in Rwanda by ethnic Hutu extremists targeting members of the minority Tutsi community. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
And we are back. It is now 7 minutes past 8 o'clock. My name is Munga Lambuvi. This is the People's Breakfast on Radio Generation. Siti Muga is in the studio, and we are joined by our expert this particular hour. That is, he's a policy and political expert, rather, Odoyo Owidi. Good morning, sir. Nice to see you after a very long time. Karibu tena sana.
Good morning to you and to all Kenyans and everyone else listening now.
We were just talking about zoning in the previous hour, and we had some very interesting perspectives from number one, our listeners, but we also had a conversation with Homa Bay MP. Homa Bay Town, thank you. Honorable Peter Kaluba. And there's some things he mentioned as far as zoning is concerned, and he told us why it is important for ODM party to go the zoning way. I don't know if you've had a chance to scrutinize this whole concept of zoning and what you think of it.
I have listened to Kaluma, I have read Kaluma, I have watched Kaluma, and I have made very interesting conclusions. Kaluma is one of the few people in Luoland and Homa Bay County who has been in parliament now the third time, but have never gone through a competitive process. A competitive process is one in which you go and compete with credible candidates at the nomination level, then you go to the main election and you compete again and win. He has never gone through anything like that.
Okay.
Courtesy of Baba. Now, Kaluma is orphaned. Baba is nowhere. And his opponent is the millionaire Isaiah Ogwe, former CS Homa Bay County under Awiti.
Okay.
And that cannot let him sleep. So that is why Kaluma is throwing tantrums left, right, and center. And you see, when you see a man with 2 Christian names, 2 African names, then you begin doubting, how did he end up in this? But anyway, let's leave that aside.
Okay.
So, and you know, Homa Bay has 8 elected MPs, together with the women rep is 9, together with a nominated senator, plus their regular senator. All those people are about 11. The zoning crusade is led by Gladys Wanga Kaluma, majority leader in the assembly, who wants to replace one of the MPs, and Boyd Were.
Okay.
Now, when you look at that group, they are friends of Gladys Wanga, and in their head, in their now narrowed down thinking, Gladys Wanga is going to decide who gets the ticket or not.
Why would Gladys Wanga decide?
I said in their head, not me.
Or in their head.
They believe that is God. So once they get ODM ticket, they want an easy sail to parliament. And I don't know, they have not realized they are on their own, because the majority is not with them. Millie came out yesterday and said, we do not want zoning.
Yes.
Jared Okelo of Jando came out yesterday and said, we do not want zoning. Martin Owena of Dewa came and said, we do not want zoning. So, hii zoning yao wamebaki huko peke yao. So, I think they are soon going to realize that in that path of zoning,
yes,
they are alone, and even the people are not with them.
So what you're saying is that if they do decide to go the zoning way, ODM party will be the loser.
They are not even going to manage it. Because this is a democratic society. So if the majority have said no zoning, how are they going to achieve it? And I think it is also another very dangerous ground. Because as we sit now, it is perceived countrywide that ODM is divided. Now this other piece called Linda Ground is also being divided by another zoning crusade. A very selfish agenda that they are driving.
You have just said that the perception around the country is that ODM is divided. Isn't ODM divided?
No.
And not
that's why I call it perception. But you see, again, you cannot say ODM is divided when you have 4 people rebelling. Let me explain to you why it is not divided.
Okay.
There was a day there were NDCs for the so-called both sides.
Linda and
when you see the ground the Linda Mwananchi prepared, it was a hall that carries a maximum of 500 seated and 600 standing. Okay. And NDC is supposed to carry 3,000 people. So it means they were clearly aware that theirs is not an NDC. NDC is supposed to give a 21-day notice. After the notice, then you hold it.
Okay.
And NDC is decided by NEC, and then the Secretary General gives notices, and that did not happen.
Okay.
So it is clear that this other piece is there for nuisance purposes only. Somebody is behind it to create confusion in the party ODM. And I am talking as a non-member of ODM who is observing things from a vantage of being outside the field.
All right. So
from where I sit, the mess is now going to be this one in the so-called Linda Ground. Because Linda Ground is now split. Gladys Wanga, together with those people who have never entered competitive politics.
Okay.
And they include Gladys herself.
All right.
Gladys has never gone through a nomination exercise. In fact, she has been very lucky that Raila hands her over the ticket much earlier than the rest. Then she can now use...
She has a head start.
Yes. She can now use that period to ensure that she goes in with friendly people. She now begins to decide who goes as an MP, who goes as an MCA. But unfortunately for her, her support system is collapsing pole. They started with her favorite MP went, then her leader.
Who was her favorite MP?
Ongondowere. And actually, the seat Ongondowere left by her side is where Kaluma is sitting today.
There's something I also asked Mheshimiwa Kaluma when we were on the phone call with him. I asked him, the folks that you have mentioned have rebelled, this is Sifuna, Babu Owino, Richard Onyonka, are they able to recapture those seats as ODM if these folks decide to go it otherwise? Because we've had rumors that they might be running on wiper tickets. How true that is, I don't know.
No.
But is ODM able to recapture those seats?
ODM is going to lose very, very many seats. Yes. You see, this language they like repeating again and again. Sijui, the largest party, north of Limpopo, south of Sahara. I generally realized recently that actually this river Limpopo is actually River Nyando. And this north of Sahara is actually Nyatike.
Okay.
So this is just sijui we are here up to Todonyang, Vanga, sijui wapi. You don't hear anything happening there. You don't hear anybody saying in Todonyang we want zoning, in Vanga we want zoning. This zoning is only in Homa Bay, not even in Kisumu or Siaya. Yes. It is just heckling up around Homa Bay. Oh, we want zoning. If it is not zoning, we are going to field a presidential candidate. Let me tell them here in this opportunity. In the year 2002, one James Agri Bob Orengo decided that he's going to go against the Luo decided candidate who was then Mwai Kibaki. He then went ahead to run as a presidential candidate.
Yes.
And got 24,524 votes, the whole country, from Todonyang to Vanga, from Todonyang to Siaya. That is
South
all
of
he
Sahara,
got.
north of Limpopo.
Yes. So Kaluma, if he wants to field a presidential candidate, he can field himself, and we will see how many votes he will get from River Nyando to Todonyang. We will see.
And the candidates, those individuals rather, who have left, are they going to win? Because we know, for example, Babu Owino has said he wants to run for governor. Is he able to capture that seat of governor of Nairobi?
He can capture it.
Okay.
I don't think there is any serious reason why he can't. But also, we must look at the distribution of voters in Nairobi and who are their preferred candidates.
Yes.
You know, some people just talk without facts, figures, and logic. For example, Nairobi has 85 MCA seats. Do you know 45 of them is from one community, the Kikuyu? Did you know that? 45 elected, what are nominated?
Elected members of parliament.
Elected. Okay. So if you want to win this thing, you must align correctly. If you do not, we umepekwa.
So lazima ualign na Wakikuyu. Lazima ualign.
By the way, Sakaja was elected because of that. That is how he got his elections.
Yeah.
Because you remember, the other large community in Nairobi is Luo and Kamba, and they are migrated, from where to there. So because these two communities, the Kamba and the Luo, decided to vote for that guy, what was his name? The Azimio candidate who lost. So Sakaja was actually elected by the Gikuyu. And there are many. We don't doubt that. In fact, these other people are very lucky that Nairobi County has left out these peripheral towns like Kitengela, Ruai, Roiru, Ruaka.
It would have been worse.
Ngong. It would have been worse. It would have been real tyranny of numbers. So, Babu is trying to align correctly. It is not surprising that he has begun calling Rigiji Baba. He's a clever boy. Don't doubt him. He's a brilliant young man. He plays his politics correctly. And is the only politician I know who does what is called opinion polling before he goes for any seat. By the time he goes, he knows what the people want. He knows what they don't want, but it's their problem. He knows what number of this is there. And he knows what they expect to be done. And he also knows what he can do. Then he does it. So by the time he's going, those factors put together, cooked nicely and properly, gives him a result that is very close to what is the outcome.
Now, the other folks in Linda Mwananchi, like Senator Otsoti, is he able to get back to
There
Senate?
is something that even seasoned political analysts did not see.
Okay.
When you see, when Raila Odinga was still alive, there are certain group of people who are already, their feet were out of ODM and were trying to rebel nicely. One of them is Osotsi, Sifuna, Hamisi, and even Oparanya. Actually, Oparanya was the first person to ever announce that he was out of ODM. He only walked back. And when you look what is common in those people, they are staunch ODM, but they are outside the Luo community.
Yes.
It meant there was an inducing force outside, but those other strong ODM members in the Luo community were scared of Raila.
We are forgetting Senator Onyonka.
Absolutely. Yes. But the ones who were Luos failed to join these others, not because they loved ODM more, because they were scared of Raila.
Is it that they were scared of Raila, or was it that the voting population in those regions were pro-ODM and pro-Raila?
I think that's the same thing said in different languages.
Yeah, no, it's different. But
CT, your vocabulary is larger than mine. So
actually,
just allow me to use my...
All right, so carry on.
Because I have gracefully decided to join your statement.
You see, the reason why I asked that question in the way
sir.
that I've asked it, and you know why I'm asking it, is this. There are places where the party actually is popular, and the party is popular because of who the leader of the party is.
Exactly.
So people resonate with that individual. And because he is synonymous with the party, so the party has support. So the individual who presents his candidature in that party gets wind assisted. People will even ignore your failures, but they feel, since it is this person whom we support, who is behind this party, we will support you. It is that logic that has pertained in a county like Vihiga, where they have their son, Musalia Mudavadi, who is a very huge national figure, but ODM seemed to
run the ground.
Exactly, and yet he had his own party. His own people were not able to.
And you know, there's something you need to know. Politics is like religion. When you are born and you find you belong to the Catholic Church, as you grow, it reaches a time you are ready to defend the Catholic Church with your blood, even when you don't know so much about its doctrine. And even when your parents that introduced you to the church finally go, you still remain there defending it at any cost. It mixes with your blood. Similarly, there are people who are not going to discard ODM even if it remained with them only. They are going to remain with it going forward for a long time. It is not very easy to share the belief. We say traditions die hard. It never goes out so easily. That also explains why you see in communities where they do FGM, you can go, have political rallies, have barazas, explain to them the advantages and medical disadvantages of that thing for a long time. But as soon as you go back, they go and have another meeting in their homes and says, you know, Mama Wamboi, let's hide this daughter of ours into Tanzania, afanyiwe ndio arudi. Na yeye ndiye alikuwa speaker kwa ile baraza, akiambia wengine hii kitu ni mbaya kabisa. Because in his head and mouth, it is a bad thing. But in his heart, he still can't run away from it.
It is the culture.
Yes, it has become cultic. Yeah, it has become cultic. Actually, culture and cultic is a linguist. He knows that.
Actually, they are synonymous. You know, there's a conversation.
One gave birth to the other.
You could say that, yes. There's a conversation that is constantly in the lips of Kenyans. One could assume therefore that is in their minds. And that is the role of the young voter who was represented by a group called the Gen Z, and the significance in the election to come. There are those who are of the view, and they express it, that if this particular group of Kenyans actually vote, they're the ones who can bring about the so-called change that is desired. I personally do not subscribe to that view, but I'd like to know your thoughts.
Let me tell you something, my brother. The existence of Gen Z was actually a propaganda strategy that was built knowing that this generation do not have the benefit of history that you and me have.
What do you mean it was built?
Gen Z uprising?
Yes.
It was built. It was planned carefully.
That thing was not organic.
It wasn't. And I've said it here before, you are just being cheeky. Gen Z was organized by people who wanted to achieve certain ends. And if you go back, I take you back a little bit.
Okay.
Immediately we left the general election and Bibles were eaten the way my clansmen say. People were pushed onto the streets to complain about cost of living. And they were complaining about cost of living at a time when the incoming president had not even read his first budget. They PSS were not even sworn in, but they're on the street complaining about a cost of living, pushed by the very Azimio whose leader was the president of the running budget. What do you think that was? But they were in the streets. In that street, other than Raila Odinga's traditional people, he had Karwa in it, he had Kamanda in it, he had Kioni in it, he had Kanini in it. You see those 4 Ks? As soon as the Sufuria movement was called off from the streets, what happened? They all ran back to the other side and held what was called the Limuru 3 conference. And in that conference, they said we must remove this guy before 2027. So a person who had not even read his first budget.
So that is when the whole Gen Z uprising
exactly
was engineered.
I had a conversation with some very top leaders. You know, I used to be the chief whip of the Council of Chairs.
Okay.
And in the last meeting we had before his ambaratike juu ya hii mambo ya Gen Z uprising, many of them made very interesting statements that in their community what they do, they feed it into their children to an extent that when they hate you, you are what they use to scare their children to eat, to go to school, to do the right thing.
So they create a phobia.
Usipofanya hii tutaita kuitia Raila.
A boogeyman.
Yes, a boogeyman, correct. So that is what happens. And they say they do it until when children are playing football, that is the song they sing.
Okay.
And when you listen to what was said in Limuru 3 conference, you would be very unhappy with this country. When you listened to Martha Karua saying that they had actually taken an oath in 1969 that nobody from their community will govern this country, especially from the lake, then you understand what I am talking about. When people have politicians have set their mind to a goal, they will achieve it through whatever means. So, when you listened during the Gen Z uprising, I don't know why you did not notice that there were political rallies being addressed online by people who are not Gen Zs like Karwa, like Miguna, like Mutunga, and such people. Were those really Gen Zs? No, they were not. And they were saying Gen Zs were leaderless, partyless, and everythingless. But when a major tribal leader came in and stood with President William Ruto, the Gen Z uprising ended. They were saying Gen Zs were leaderless, but they could go to police stations to seek permission to hold rallies and do such things.
Yes.
You can't do that without leadership. They were saying they were tribeless, leaderless, and partyless. But when the major uprising day, Rigiji was in Mombasa waiting for the outcome. Okay. It was not coincidental. It was planned.
Right.
The countdown to Gen Z uprising, let me tell you key things that happened. Whatever you interpret and deal with it is yours.
Okay.
There was a man in Rigiji's office called George McGoy from Siaya. He was removed and sent an ambassador in December 2023.
Okay.
In April 2024, General Ogola dies. In May, Limuru 3 conference is held. In June, the Gen Z uprising takes hold and breaches parliament and the Supreme Court as Rigiji waits in Mombasa. Whatever you do with that information, listeners, is your problem. But politics and political outcomes are taken in a sequential way to achieve a desired outcome.
So nothing happens by mistake.
No. Do not think about it.
Turudi kwa conversation. We?
Ni moto.
You see, Paul, there is what we think we know, but facts do not lie. If, not just data, this is facts.
Yes.
When you look at what happens in this country and narratives that have been spun historically, I'm picking up from what
Odoyo
Widi said regarding the aspects of history. Why do you think I always go back into history when I make a statement? Because I am aware that there's an entire generation, if not two, of Kenyans who don't understand their history.
Absolutely.
They see things happening, but they do not know how we got there.
Yes.
They pick it up from what they see. And what they see is a consequence of other things that actually took place. Case in point is this. If you have a culture where political promises are not kept or they're not understood, it's a hallmark of the history of this country. It creates a problem. It creates a situation that brings us to where we are today. When people speak of marginalization, you're talking of ordinances in the 1930s that were created by the colonial government. It suited their purposes then. But buffeting what Odoyo has said in terms of the deliberate nature of it. You get independence, you carry on with that thinking, and then we bring in a new facet to it. People who do not support your way of doing or conducting politics then face the same fate as those whom the law marginalized. They are now there's no law marginalizing you, but you're marginalized. Meaning, anything that has to do with the economic development that every citizen should enjoy, you will be denied. And that happens with consecutive governments. And it is considered to be the norm. You bring in a new constitution that understands this, and they say, let us seek to now right this particular wrong. At every phase, this new constitution has been fought. At every phase, it has been fought. Unfortunately, it can't be done away with. Why do you think that something that is lauded as this wonderful document is fought? Because it interferes with the plans that certain people have.
Yes.
It interferes with the interests that certain people have. And that interest doesn't align with the interests of the rest of the citizens. Because if it did, hunger, education, all these things we keep talking about and we've talked of since independence, we would not be talking about. We would talk about something completely different. But we don't. We are talking about the same thing, which means that the history that we've had and the ramifications are coming due, but you must understand how we got here.
Okay. City, you know, my brothers, over the years, when you wanted to travel to Kisumu, after dining and you want to travel, you sit down and wonder, now how do I get there? How? There's no proper railway, there is no proper road. Even the air that is left can only have a few flights. For now 60 plus years. Then suddenly somebody comes up who wants to expand the road, extend the railway, widen the airport, and people are complaining to an extent they even go to court. And what was even worse, there is a person who was owning one of the largest hotels in Kisumu. He was also going on air and saying that a railway extension to Kisumu is unnecessary, it will be very expensive, it will be difficult to repay. What is the interest of these people? What do they want to achieve? But I think anything that is in Kenya will bring resources for all Kenyans. A tax paid in Kisumu can build a house in Mombasa. A business thriving in Kisumu can employ somebody from Todonyang. The bigger the economy, the better for everyone else.
Very true.
That is why countries have been united. United States, Union of Soviet Socialist Republic used to be there, and it is a war that finished it. So when you find the very person enjoying the use of the now modern, fast long distance dual carriageway to Marua and Nyeri is going to court to stop one going to Rironi, then you think we need to sit back as Kenyans and remove this intercommunity wars, silent or loud. When you see somebody say that an extension of a railway to Kisumu is expensive, when the one to Naivasha from Lolongo was extended at a cost of 150 billion into a wilderness of animals, then you understand how people feel about each other.
Actually, I tend to agree with my brother here on many issues. On that one, I'm going to disagree with him.
It is okay.
The narrative that people whose interests are beyond the boundaries even of this particular country take for, they need allies. And what people do is they make sure that they bring the communities from whence they come into that thinking. So you find a whole bunch of people supporting something they don't really fully understand. The plan of the railway in the Kibaki era, this was the time when Kibaki and Raila were in power, it was supposed to reach Kisumu.
Exactly. That we all know.
That was the plan. And it was going to cost much less. Much less. That plan was taken, it was hijacked. And we saw. Now, if you want to know how it is that certain things follow certain narratives, after that in the Uhuru era, 2 railway lines were revamped. The one to Nanyuki, the one to Kisumu.
Yes.
The cost, what it was proposed and what it eventually cost, the difference was day and night. the person who was given the mandate to actually carry it on was a guy who happened to have been the chairman of a pipeline called John Ngumi. Okay? There's a new setup that was formed. Okay? It was called ICDC. It didn't last long, but it was an entity that had enormous powers. When you look at what had been proposed and how he went about doing it, involving the military, involving national youth, the question that was asked was, why was the old railway not revamped to begin with? Because it existed. Railways are not things that last for 5 years. Those things last for 100 years plus. You just keep revamping them. What am I saying? When sanity prevails, you see what happens. When interests prevail, you also see what happens. What was the logic of removing an entire function at the port and bringing it to Nairobi and then transferring some of it to Naivasha? What possible logic can you use to justify it? And people are justifying it. Even if we had three tracks of SGR moving things from the port, we still would not be able to pay.
City.
Yes.
I have not understood where you have disagreed with me.
No, where I've disagreed with you is you talked about people, a group of people. I'm disagreeing in that I am breaking it down to individuals who have an interest. I'm not generalizing it and saying a community.
You think I was generalizing it?
Yes, you are generalizing.
No, those people were only 3.
Yes.
The people who went to court to stop Riloni Summit, there were only 3 people.
Yes.
And they use the new highway to their homes, all of them.
But I get what he meant, because I actually listened to some things he said earlier on, that this hatred that is within communities is actually manufactured.
That hatred doesn't actually exist. It is a fire that is fanned every so often to suit certain purposes. We keep seeing it being fanned. It is not something, because if it was genuine, how is it then that it is possible that after the 2002 election, one Raila Odinga was the most popular person in the so-called mountain region? How was that possible?
How was he the most popular?
He was loved and people talked about him.
Because he made Kibaki president.
If there's hatred, even if you make somebody president, the hatred does not go away. They say, yeah, we've seen what you've done, but still. All I'm trying to say is this. It is manufactured because there are people who benefit from that narrative, and they keep presenting it.
That I agree with you day and night. There's nobody who knows that very well. You see, like now, there's a leader in the opposition today who doesn't hide it anymore, that is mobilizing his community and clansmen to talk the same language as him. And he's going to be the beneficiary. It will reach a time that if you don't get his permission, you don't get elected. And he has said it publicly that he admired Raila for having been such a person. But let's go back to that railway thing, my brother. I have never understood why the railway was extended to a game park in Naivasha.
You're talking about Duka Moja?
Yes. And the most interesting thing, I looked at a newspaper that gave us the cost of extending the railway to Kisumu, actually to Malaba. And they said the cost would be 1.7 billion per kilometer. And then they said the older one was slightly about 700 million per kilometer. But when I did my own math, I discovered what they did. They took the cost of taking the SGR to Malaba.
And did that calculation.
Until
Kisumu.
Yes. That's what they did. And they didn't apologize thereafter. And they have no intention of apologizing even in the near future. So what I am saying that there are certain legacy media houses which have decided that they are going to feed us propaganda until we are propagandized. If propaganda was a color red, we will all be looking red in the streets through their propaganda.
Owili, I want us to get back to that whole issue of political formations going forward. There's some of the things, of course, you said. Some politicians might not come back. And you even mentioned a few individuals.
The many will not come back. Don't just say might not. You are making it look easy. Many.
I have a question in regards to Professor Kithure Kindiki, the current deputy president. He is the most likely candidate for President Ruto, or are we probably going to see another running mate?
There is no other running mate other than Kithure Kindiki. Let me tell you, when you hear people like Kaluma and Gladys talking, They are only serving their personal interests. Gladys has been trying to create a fiefdom for herself. She's been thinking that she can actually fit into Raila Odinga's shoes. She's been trying to play some militant politics. And you remember, before the ODM NDC, she was silent about this running mate thing. But immediately she was confirmed as the chair of ODM, which she had believed some strong people could stop her from being. She started coming again that it is 50-50, ODM 50, UDA 50, and if UDA takes the president, we take the running mate. But she has never told us who this running mate would be.
Okay. There are several.
Because I'm ready to tell her, Madam Gladys, I think you should be the best running mate. So what you do, resign now from being the governor.
Yes.
And you go and become the running mate. She will not do it. Let me tell you the truth that even I don't know if they know. Gladys does not even believe in making President William Ruto have 2 terms.
What do you
She's
mean?
believing in running on the back of President William Ruto, the same way she ran on the back of Raila Odinga to become what she is today. She's trying to become a Luo queen pin. And in that, the only way that will make it shorter, if she became the running mate, it would make her the highest ranking Luo politician. And together with her way of doing things, she would make herself that. And now that she's also a confirmed chair of ODM, but things are going to be very different.
How so?
Even when Wamalwa was declared the takeover from Jaramogi, he did not come what he wanted, and it failed. There are already many people who are stronger, who have better records, who can do that. You know, the people are watching what you do versus what you say. You can't go around distributing money in Moroni when back at home in Noma Bay, the nurses are on the streets, the beds are empty in hospitals. People watch that. People see that. You know why Raila Odinga was very easy to become a kingpin in Luoland?
Why?
There's no time that he owed the public anything. That I am supposed to build for you a school and I haven't built. I am supposed to keep medicine hospital and I haven't kept. There was no such scenario like that. He was very focused on trying to fight for democracy and such things. And in that line, he scored 100 as people evaluated him. But here is you who wants to bring that, but also there's other jobs we have given you where you are scoring 10%, 0.2%. Then you are not going to go anywhere. And that is a detail she has to know.
When you say individuals who are stronger than her politically, can I ask maybe one person?
When you go to Migori, you ask them any politician they know outside Migori in Luoland who can help them in the future. They will tell you Dr. Raymond Omolo.
Okay. The current PS for Interior.
If you walk to some of those youths, they apparently would subscribe to Babu more than Gladys. But honestly, without prejudice and without inbuilt biases, people take Dr. Raymond Omolo more seriously in Luoland than any other politician.
Even more than John Mbadi, the CS?
Even more than that, let me say so.
Okay. What if today, not today, but when the time comes, we hear someone like CS Mbadi has been named running mate? Should that shock us?
That won't happen.
I don't need to repeat, he has said it.
That will not happen.
It cannot happen.
Situ may stop conversation by saying
No, I haven't stopped it. I have contributed.
Even me have added on top of this.
Yes.
Here we are allowed to support each other.
Yeah, it will not happen.
It cannot happen.
Because the moment you say it cannot happen, then I have no question beyond that.
No, ask. Why do you say it cannot happen? That is what you're supposed to ask.
Okay.
Because I am very definitive about it. There's no ifs and buts about it.
Because you're the one who said it. Why can't it happen?
Paul, when you have to understand the position that John Mbadi has as CS Treasury, you need to take time to listen to the narrative that people whose communities members have held that position for a very long time speak about it. It is like the worst crime has been committed. And they've even taken this ministry and given this person who comes from this place. Why? Things can't get worse than this. Then somebody like, but they even took energy and gave this person. Wait. Look,
But hasn't the reason I mentioned actually Mbadi is because I have not heard anyone out here, unless Mimi ndio siangali the right spaces. I haven't heard anyone saying that, oh, he has underperformed, he's not performing very well.
No, you're missing the point.
If anything, they are scoring him.
That is not what determines how you get those jobs.
Never the criterion.
I'm using what Owidi said in terms of, if you look at Gladys Wanga's performance.
No. Contextualize what he was saying regarding Gladys Wanga.
Yes.
Contextualize it and give it its rightful place.
Okay.
Luo politics and the person who wants to be the supreme politician in Luo land. You can have the biggest post and you're a Luo, it will not make you a leader of the Luo people.
Actually,
it doesn't really matter, it won't.
The reason why I chose CS Mbadi is because of perhaps what I would consider national appeal in terms of even being the CS. Perhaps Kenyans feel that he has delivered for them. So the reason why the president would consider him is because maybe even the Kamba community would be like, okay, that's not a bad choice.
The PS who was there before was called Njuguna. That man's credentials are from here until there. He was even governor of the central bank.
Okay.
The World Bank knows him because he has worked with these Bretton Woods institutions. Okay? That is a criteria, a CV that is immense.
All right.
Do you think if he went to Nyandarua or wherever it is he comes from and stood for any position, that based on that CV they'd elect him?
I don't know.
Precisely. That's not how we vote in this country.
Okay.
But I must also tell you, our communities are largely voting on very emotional issues rather than economic issues. Actually, we should be having communities asking, what are we voting for? But instead we ask, who are we voting for? Does it make us have enough adrenaline to vote for somebody or against somebody? That is what happens in our communities.
Okay.
I wish we would reach a day we would be asking, as a community, what are we voting for? Are we voting for improved healthcare, improved transport system? Are we voting for improved governance system? Or we are voting for so-and-so? We should be asking, what are we voting for, as opposed to who we are voting for.
Paul, the discussion about issues,
yes,
and the truth factor and the fact factor. We have a situation where we're discussing right now this oil issue, this fuel oil issue. I was looking at some clips where people who come from the county where Wandani Kipto comes from, the immediate former CEO of EPRA comes from, demonstrating and saying, oh, we want our person back, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
It's emotional. Position is like a community position. It is not. It was his job, not community. They may benefit from his being there. I read today in the papers how there are people within ODM who are saying, no, Wandai should be left. Look, there is an issue in that ministry. Look at the issues, okay?
Okay.
We are being moved away from what actually happens. In the hour when we discussed it, I asked the question, pipeline, just come out and tell us when a ship docks in Mombasa with fuel, what process do we use? We know it can't all be put in the pipeline to go to Kisumu, then Eldoret, and on to other parts of East Africa. They are stored. How do we just walk us through this process? Kenya Pipeline bought the the refineries.
Yeah.
They have a massive updated lab that checks for all these things, that you have the quality assurance and what have you. Let Kenyans understand how these processes are undertaken, so that when we are hearing that this oil is being returned to where it was, we know a process. If you just throw in a statement, then what you've done is you've given us permission to speculate. And we will speculate very, very wildly. Okay. Look, the politics that we speak of in this country serve the interest of the narrative owners. If there's a narrative that has held sway for the longest time in a community,
yes,
it very much dictates their politics.
Okay.
And that is why you hear people like Gachagua who are saying, this man has taken all the developments and taken them to a certain part of the country. And you're thinking, every part of this country people pay taxes. So are we saying that certain developments should not take place not because they are going to those people, but it is a project that should be there because it is part of the government development project? How can a seafront, the biggest lake on this particular continent, not have a navy all these decades? How?
And that is where the largest number of borders are.
Yes.
In Mombasa, probably we only border Somali. But in Kuku, tuko na Uganda, Tanzania, even Rwanda is also on the edge of that.
Yeah.
So the question that you ask with regards to, for instance, the roads.
Right.
Believe me, the Thika Superhighway was an excellent development. But aside from just the roads that we have, there's something called the Trans-Africa Highway. The thinkers of these highways thought of the intra-Africa trade. And that's why there was a discussion about the Africa Free Trade Area. The road joins these countries. It is part of a road network.
Yeah.
You build yours, the other people build theirs. Uganda is our biggest trading partner. You tell me, if you were to prioritize a road, what would I have prioritized? The Thika Superhighway or the Rironi-Mau Summit Road?
Of course, where we will get the most products, goods and services coming and going.
Yes. So I am saying it is a beautiful road. And I'm glad it was built because we see what can happen when people put their minds to building the road. But if you're talking about the economic viability, that Mau Summit Rironi Road or the Mombasa Superhighway which you've been talking about, those should have been built a long time ago.
And let me tell you something that probably you didn't take note of.
Okay.
In this country, the first dual carriageway was built by Jomo Kenyatta on Thika Road. The first superhighway was built by Mwai Kibaki on Thika Road. The first long-distance dual carriageway was built by Uhuru Kenyatta from Kenol to Marua in Nyeri. Does that make...
You're actually right. I didn't take notes.
And do you know how in development of roads improve development in areas and in economies? Take two very serious roads. Immediately the Eastern Bypass was built. Utawala suddenly became a city on its own. Ruai became a city on its own. And look at what has happened to Thika Road all the way from Nairobi to Thika. It is literally built on both sides of the road. In fact, these days when you look for something online and you think you'll find it on River Road, you find it in Ruiru.
Yeah. Even Kenyatta University itself expanded because of that road.
And people, there are things that expand economies of areas. Road network, which is transport system, and institution. And that explains why Oxford City became a city
because of the
university. And not the other way around the way people think. They think at Oxford University was built in Oxford City. No, it's the other way around. So when you see somebody is trying to resist roads going to other places, it is not a good thing. And one more thing that needs to happen, especially to Nairobi, we need dual carriageways out of Nairobi in all directions.
Yes.
It will ease this congestion in Nairobi that when floods come, they find hundreds of people to kill. Because everybody wants to live in this congested area to an extent. Some want to build on top of rivers. Do you know today it is much easier to live in Mulolongo than live in Kilimani? Because you jump on the expressway and you drop at Uhuru Park within 3 minutes.
Yeah.
That time you are still negotiating the DOD roundabout when you are coming from Kilimani into town.
Or the Muthaiga.
Yes. So we need roads express to Rongai, express to Kiserian, express to Ngong, to Kikuyu, to Ruaka. Then you will see the decongestion that will be in the city. It will be a very lovely city. But this one of every morning, people spend 3 hours to get into the city center.
It doesn't make sense.
And before they do much business, they have to struggle to get out. We need to expand the city. In fact, to an extent that I was even suggesting, the seats of government ministries needs to be removed from the city square. They probably need to go to Narok or Kajiado.
Yeah. So we have like the Ministry of Education somewhere in Kitengela.
Yes. So that there is enough land for everyone. But now, there are people who are very happy with this congestion because it is them who have ancestral land here. When they sell a quarter acre, they can buy the whole of a location in Nyanza. And when somebody sells his land in Nyanza, he can only buy a motorbike, which if thieves come for, he remains landless.
We do.
But you see, Paul,
yes.
you know what we're doing here? We're discussing how our politics works. And sometimes it's counterintuitive because our politics guarantees that we actually do not develop as we should. If you look at our papers and the things that we hold sway, and the conversation of those who claim to be in the opposition and those who want to be president, it's not about how we will make the lives of the citizens better, or explain logically and say, look, this decision is made because of this, and this is what we hope to do. No. It is every day as we wake up, you're breathing hardcore politics. And just when you think that you might discuss issues to do with how we can move forward, it's again hardcore politics.
Yeah.
An issue arises, and this one the government fails in so often. I don't know why. Things that paint the government in a negative light, instead of office bearers who are supposed to explain to the citizen what is actually happening, they are silent. So it is a free for all. People take pot shots, they get information where they want, and suddenly the discussion is up in the air. Whereas it could have been rationally explained that you understand this is what is happening. So even if there's a debate, the debate is based on facts. Now, we are talking about an election that is on its way. How often do you hear the conversation about what it is that the lives of the people will be made better by? You do not. He said, he didn't do, he will do. So how does all this happen? How does all this help the citizenry of the country? How?
Honestly, it doesn't, and we know that for a fact. Yeah, and you're right. This is how politics of this country.
This is how we allow the politics. There's this conversation that I often hear of, and I am really sickened by that conversation. Oh, the president has captured parliament. Nonsense. How?
They sold their birthright.
Yes.
They even talk about the president buying a political party. What exchanges hands when a political party is bought?
Money, I guess.
Then money exchanged with what?
Power.
Is there a document called power you can give somebody? What is it that you exchange with money when you buy a political party? When you buy land, you exchange the title.
Yes.
And take possession of the land. When you buy a political party, what do you exchange with what, and what do you take possession of?
The party certificate.
And then how does that make the party members become your people? So people are being lied to in very many ways. And I don't know when did Kenyans fail, stop judging leaders by what they do to the people and started judging leaders by non-measurable things like, oh, he's corrupt, oh, he's that, oh, he's a dictator. How do you measure dictator? And even when you look at facts, Kenya is the only country where we say our president is a dictator. Sifuna said that, oh, even dictators do glittering things, so we are not going to judge the president by Talanta or by Rironi. But tell me, around East Africa, all countries, start from Tanzania, go around Rwanda, Uganda, South Sudan, and Somali.
Yes.
All of them, their opposition leaders are in jail. We are not. And we have a president who has never disobeyed a court order. And then we are saying he's a dictator. But we had a president who warned the Auditor General and Independent Commissioner in public that don't dare investigate Eurobond. And we never called him a dictator. These narratives you hear around, they get into our head and stick, but they are practically lies. They are practically propaganda. And it goes in because the people saying them are more and are louder than the people who are not saying them.
So, Owidi, are you saying that Kenya is actually safer, and even development-wise, not safer in terms of security, but in terms of in whose hands are we safe? In the hands of President Ruto as opposed to any other person?
Kabisa.
I would ask the question, Paul, if you were to look at what we call the freedoms we have in this country, tell me any country in East and Central Africa that has similar freedoms. If that's the point of call, tell me one. We have very many problems. But instead of focusing on the issues, the moment you politicize an issue, the truth has gone out of the window.
Which dictator will you call Kasogo, Zakayo, and all those names, and the next day you are on another rooftop saying the same thing?
But already there are some people who've allegedly lost their lives because of such utterances.
Very good. You carefully say allegedly. Let me tell you, you do not know to what extent.
The reason I use allegedly is because nothing has been proven in court.
Yes.
Yes.
To an extent that, in this country, you do not know to what extent politicians can go to achieve their ends.
Okay.
Let me tell you, there was a case of a man called Denzel who was found in a quarry in Thika Road in Georgia.
I remember.
The day before, why Kenyans knew about Denzel. He was trending. But what people didn't take notice, that he was trending from opposition-held platforms, not from anything government or Ruto.
Okay.
Then in the next day, he got lost. Then he was finally found dumped in Juja. No government would kill a young man like that without a very clear, achievable motive. But who had a clear, achievable motive? The opposition. Because they know when you kill a young man that age, the backlash against the government is immeasurable. And people do not want to think that way. They want to think in one straight line. They want to think in the direction of punishing some boogeyman. You know, religions succeed because all religions are boogeymen in the name of Satan. Even when you can't prove Satan did this. So let me tell you, many of the so-called abductions were staged, and you know of 3 which were proven to be staged: Koimburi, Kianyagia, and Tujus. And recently, there was a day another woman went on air and said she's 8 months pregnant and her husband has been kidnapped. And the story went dead because that was meant to coincide with the launch of the 10-point agenda. Tujus was meant to coincide with President Ruto's visit to Nyanza. Kianyagia and Koimburi was meant to coincide with the anniversary of the June uprising of the Gen Zs. Please, let us dig and see propaganda when there is one. We are being lied to. You know why I blame the mainstream media a lot? There was a day President William Ruto was in Dagoretti, and he said, kuna wale wengine wanaenda wanavunja maduka, wanapora mali, watu kama hawa pigeni risasi miguu. The leading news, TV in this country in the evening said, President orders shoot protesters. And when they played his voice, they started with watu kama hawa. Mali alikuwa amesema wapora mali, they left it out. And I can show it to you. So the media is also part of the anti-Ruto conspiracy of disseminating propaganda. Not your media house.
Gentlemen. No, this one I have to say.
Yes. Say it, my brother.
What Odoyo says is not the entirety of the truth. Because people have disappeared in this country. There has been extrajudicial killings. Those are clearly documented.
Yes.
And the numbers are known. And it is not, what is right about is not only this presidency. There are other presidencies where we've lost more people in this country. But nobody wants to talk about it. There is no day the killing of innocents and extrajudicial killing becomes right. It doesn't matter how it justifies.
Absolutely.
But the conversation continues.
All right. Let me tell you, Mbuvi, what I was talking about.
Parting shot, yes.
It is not that they are not there. It is who has done them. Dig it up. In the Nazi Germany, 2 children were slaughtered. Then after that, now they were creating fake children who have been murdered by the Jew because they wanted to turn the tide against the Jew. There's a man called Albert Einstein. He said, when the rich and politicians will control the media, it will be difficult for the ordinary people to make informed decisions because media can be used not as a business but a propaganda tool.
Odoyo Widi, thank you so much. This is where we come to a stop as far as that conversation is concerned. Thank you for making time. Tutakuita tena. This time around, nataka kujua tu serikali makosa. Umeipigia makofi sana and it's okay. Lakini nataka utuambie mali pia wanaanguka kwa sababu kuna vitu mingi sana. Watu wanapiga kelele kwa streets hizi kwa wanapiga bure. There has to be something that is going on and perhaps that's the only way we shall be able to correct it.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Here's news with Winnie Maganga. Then when we return, we talk about the Council of Governors and why exactly they are fighting.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Policy and political expert Odoyo Owidi says ODM party is not divided despite what people think. He says a recent parallel NDCs was poorly organized and didn't follow party rules, so it was meant to cause confusion. Owidi adds that the real problem is just a small group of rebels, not the wider party membership. He was speaking on Radio Generation today.
Let me explain to you why it is not divided.
Okay.
There was a day there were NDCs for the so-called both sides.
Linda and
when you see the ground the Linda Mwananchi prepared, it was a hall that carries a maximum of 500 seated and 600 standing. Okay. And NDC is supposed to carry 3,000 people. Mm-hmm. So it means they were clearly aware that theirs is not an NDC. NDC is supposed to give a 21-day notice. After the notice, then you hold it. Okay. And NDC is decided by NEC, and then the Secretary General gives notices, and that did not happen.
Okay.
So it is clear that this other piece is there for nuisance purposes only. Somebody is behind it to create confusion in the party ODM. And I am talking as a non-member of ODM who is observing things from a vantage of being outside the field.
The government has warned teachers against cheating and doping in school sports, saying those involved could lose their jobs. Speaking at the 2026 Kenya Secondary Schools Sports Term 1 National Championships at Mamboleo Stadium in Kisumu, Basic Education PS Julius Bitok said strict action will be taken against teachers who help or ignore such practices. He added that cases will be sent to the Teachers Service Commission for disciplinary action. A man accused of carrying out an acid attack has been detained for 5 days after pleading not guilty in court. Elvis Opio appeared before the Kibera Law Courts and is facing charges of causing grievous harm. He is also accused of assaulting Mary Claire and Sarah Watiri on December 11, 2025. Police asked for more time to complete forensic analysis of phone data from Safaricom and Airtel. The two victims are still receiving medical treatment, with the case set for mention tomorrow.
Your Honor, the 5 days extension I was given, I used them to take the data collected from the respondent to Safaricom PLC, Airtel Kenya, and also exhibits were submitted to
Safaricom
PLC.
Yes.
Also exhibits recovered from the victims, I took them to the government chemist.
I'd kindly request the court that first prepared report be availed.
The World Health Organization has confirmed that one of its workers has died in Gaza. As a result, medical evacuations through Rafah into Egypt have been suspended. The WHO says the incident is under investigation. Here's Stefan Dujarric, the spokesperson for the Secretary General of United Nations.
The Director General of the World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros, has confirmed that a person contracted to provide services to WHO was killed yesterday. He said WHO suspended the medical evacuation of patients from Gaza through Rafah to Egypt until further notice. The incident is under investigation. Dr. Tedros called for the protection of civilians, including humanitarian workers, and remind us that peace is actually the best medicine.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Indeed, this is the People's Breakfast on Radio Generation. A big shout out to every single person who's texted, Manze. And unfortunately, I cannot read all of them, but I will recognize your names shortly. But that was a very interesting conversation in the last hour, especially on matters to do with There's a conspiracy. Me, I call it conspiracy, and I'll keep on calling it conspiracy until I know otherwise. There's something Mr. Owidi has said in regards to what happened rather during the Gen Z uprising, and that one needs by there to be scrutinized, because if what he says is true, it would make for a very nice movie. So perhaps someone needs to deal with that. But let me introduce our guest this particular hour so that he can probably even chime in on that particular issue. I'm talking about public policy analyst. He was here a couple of days ago, and today we want to talk about accountability crisis, the Council of Governors versus the Senators, if at all that is how we can look at it. I'm talking about Leonard Kafafa. Leonard, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation.
Asante sana. Thank you very much for having me.
The last time we were here, we were talking about Kenya Airways, and there are some things you said, and I was like, this country of ours and the way we run things, Bana, it's a problem, From governance to politics.
Yes.
It is just a mixture of the wrong, if I may call it, it's the wrong recipe.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, we shall talk about that one at a particular time. Our previous guest, Mr. Owidi, whom I understand you know very well, did present a scenario where he said that perhaps the Gen Z uprising was not as organic as we think. And perhaps there was some political machinery that put it in place. Whether they knew about it or not, but someone used those folks. I don't know what you think about that period.
I totally agree with him. And it has been my view as well.
Yes.
Since that unfortunate uprising, that the Gen Z were not in charge of that particular uprising. I call it a rebellion, not even an uprising. An uprising is sort of like dignifying it.
Okay.
I call it a rebellion. There are elements that, in my view, there are elements behind the scenes who are controlling everything. And you could even see from the level of sophistication, the organization that characterized that particular move. We saw the billboards that were being being carried about, not billboards really,
the banners,
but the banners that were being carried around. Those were very professionally done, very expensive banners. Not your run-of-mill banner that your average Gen Z who doesn't have a job would expend resources on.
With AI tools nowadays, I mean, a lot can be achieved. Even for someone who never went to school, you'd be surprised they can actually even create music with AI.
No, true. I mean, when it is how do I put it? When it is online or something, then it is possible. But when it becomes physical, when it ceases to be virtual and it becomes physical, that's a totally different ballgame. Because when it is physical, you need material, and you need. You could see that the material that they were holding was very expensive material. It's a sort of material that you would see in organized protests in countries of the global north.
Okay.
Not in the global south, where unemployed Gen Z are struggling basically to even put food on the table. Not that sort of thing. There was a lot of organization that went into it.
Okay.
The communication, the command center that kept directing them, and of course the infiltration.
Yes.
By those elements, when the time called for it, the ones who overran parliament, the ones who overran the judiciary,
yes,
and the ones who are just a step away from overrunning State House, there was definitely organization that went beyond Gen Z's.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now today we want to talk about Council of Governors versus Senators, or the Senate. What on earth is going on there? I mean, we've had these guys, those two institutions rather, the governors and the senators now for 15 years.
Yes.
But this is the first time we're actually seeing these guys go mano y mano.
Yes.
For lack of a better word.
Yes.
What is going on?
There is a clash apparently because senators are by law mandated to oversight governors. The duty of the Senate, amongst other things, is to protect county interests, and they have taken up that duty ostensibly seriously by summoning governors to Parliament to basically give answers to certain audit queries that have been pointed out by the Auditor General. But there's been a bit of a clash in the sense that governors allege that senators are extorting them. And that any governor who seems to have fallen foul of the law in some way or the other is now being extorted by senators, and quite a number of them. And so there have been those allegations. Those are really serious allegations that need to be investigated. So matters have come to a head in the sense that the Council of Governors has now asked that unless this extortion stops, governors now will not want to appear before Senate committees.
And City has always reminded us that when you see such a thing, follow the money.
True. Very true.
Follow the money and you'll know where the problem is.
But I totally agree.
If we are being honest about this money issue, when a governor has been accused of some malpractice within his docket, of which we know, and we have seen some of them with some very serious scandals. Like I remember Marsabit governor last year, towards the end of last year, there was a scandal around some 700 million that was unaccounted for. 700 million is a lot of money.
It is.
Yeah. And then, that issue kind of sort of disappeared. I don't know if they really followed up on it. There is a perception that perhaps these governors actually do have a lot of money. Yeah. So if you're going to appear before this Senate committee and you want things to go your way, I mean, why not buy us some lunch?
Can we ask the question? Because who initiates this alleged transaction that is being baptized as the extortion? Who starts it? Is it that there is a report that has gotten to Senate via the Auditor General, and they're doing due diligence to it and saying, come, these are audit queries, come and explain to us this and the other. So if we were to, this one I'm not even going to stretch my imagination.
Yes.
Who has the power to bribe? Who has the power to extort? Remember, two contradictions.
Right.
One is saying extortion. The other one, I'm arguing, is it extortion or is it offered, or are they disagreeing on the amount?
Exactly. I think it's a matter of how much. Because if you've got, if you've summoned me as a governor and you have questions around 758 million, then I come and tell you guys, Bana, you're wasting time. But you know what? For wasting your time, here's some 8 million. And then the guys are like, no. Out of 758, you're giving us 8? Bro, make it 50. I think that's the issue. So it's a bribe when it's 8, but it's an extortion when now you're asking for 50.
Actually, it brings it perhaps a greater conversation. So what is the going rate then for something that clearly goes against the Constitution and can even be termed as criminal? What's the going rate? Because for there to be this discussion, you're talking about a situation where, one, in an ideal situation, the person is innocent. The audit queries are just normal audit queries that, if given time, they can be explained and answered. And even though you can answer, somebody is insisting that you must pay them and saying, no, I'm not paying you. I can respond to these things. I don't need to give you money. There is no wrong done. The discussion I am having is that there is wrong done. Okay? And I believe. Believe is faith. This is not faith. This is fact. Given what we see as the money that goes to the counties and what we see as the delivery, money never walks. People take it and move away with it.
For sure.
Yes. So, what is the going rate for you to be given a clean slate by the Senate?
I'll take an example. Meru governor appeared before the Senate a couple of weeks ago. It was a conversation around construction of a toilet at a stadium. And he went and said, look guys, initially the toilet was to be inside the stadium, but I considered the public who are not going to be going to the stadium, but they need the toilet. So that was the reasoning behind the construction. And I think they let him go. Story Keisha. So now whether he paid for that session or not, we don't know. But in this situation like the one for Governor Lelelit, where and you will tell us whether he was manhandled or not, why are they being so confrontational? Why is it so difficult to appear before a committee and say, you had a question about what? The 50 million? That 50 million is actually here. What's the big deal about that? And CT is actually asking the same question.
I agree with both of you that it takes two to tango. If there are allegations of extortion, it presupposes then that there's one party that is guilty. and wants to pay their way out. And perhaps then the disagreements arise because of, as it has mentioned, the value of the extortion, or the amount that is being extorted. So that is where disagreements arise. But for us, I mean, that is in the realm of speculation at this point in time, because none of us has tangible evidence of impropriety in terms of extortion. I mean, the senators have made allegations. The governors have also made their allegations, but it's still up there in the air. There's nothing tangible as yet to say that it is true that there's extortion. But you brought up the issue of Governor Jonathan Lelelit. And in my view, it is very unfortunate that it had to degenerate to that physical confrontation that we saw a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
In terms of background, even for our listeners, it's been alleged that Lelelit was summoned by Senate. He's the governor of Samburu.
Yes, he is.
And he was summoned by Senate. And Senate then says that he defied those summons. Although when you look at evidence that is in the public domain, I think there was a lot of conflicts in the summons that were issued.
How so?
At some point, I think he was given a summon on one day, and at another point he was given a summon a couple of days later. So there was a bit of confusion as to when he was supposed to appear before that Senate Committee of Parliament. And he himself has reason. He has given justification about why at some point he wasn't able to honor one of those summons, because I think he was on official duty. But at the day, ostensibly on the day he was honoring those summons, he was met at the gate of Parliament by a group of rowdy senators, manhandled and dragged into the precincts of Parliament.
Was he manhandled?
He really was. I mean, when you get hold of a sitting governor by his necktie or whatever, and you drag him into the precincts of Parliament.
Right.
You frog match him into the precincts of Parliament. That is actually manhandling. And from where I sit, it's not only an insult, or it's not only an egregious violation of or abuse of the governor, the person of the governor and the office of the governor. It's also an insult to the people of Samburu that he represents, because they've gone on election day, they went to the ballot and voted him in. In fact, not once. He's a two-time MP, having served between 2017, I think 2013 and 2017 or something like that. But he's a two-time MP of Samburu, and now he's a sitting governor.
Okay.
So for him to be manhandled the way he was, it's an insult to the people of Samburu who elected him.
But it also
it's conduct unbecoming.
It also tells you something about the narrative and that we've been hearing about what actually goes on in the Senate. This has never been a subject of much discussion until the Council of Governors talked about it.
Yeah.
But this is clearly an arrangement and understanding that has gone wrong. That money is given to senators. We have heard it from a senator himself who told us that Pesa Petroli, 100,000 shillings worth of fuel is a hell of a lot of fuel.
Bro,
yes,
there are Kenyans who live on a fifth of that money.
There are Kenyans who, for that amount of money, last them an entire year.
Exactly.
Just so that we understand.
Yeah.
What am I getting at? The discussion about the oversight role of the Senate cannot justify what it is that we saw the governor of Samburu experiencing.
I totally agree.
We cannot.
I totally agree with you, CT, because whereas Senate has the power of oversight, and whereas it can summon a governor, if the governor for some reason disregards those summons, Senate has tools that it can use to mandate to compel the governor to appear before it. It can issue summons, and it can issue summons that are enforceable by law and order, the IG, by the police. So this is not. So when we see scaffolds of these sorts, there is just the only phrase that I can come up with is conduct unbecoming.
Okay.
Well, it brings the senator into disrepute.
It does.
Why did you need to do that? Push him, whatever it is. Why was it necessary? The man was already there.
Yes. To my mind, there is there is a confusion about the powers that senators wield, confusion within their ranks. Because power is generally power is spoken of in, there are two forms of power that are usually spoken of. There's one called exousias, which is delegated power, which is given to you by the law. And there's one called dunamis. For example, an example of exousias is when a traffic policeman puts his hand up on a busy highway to stop a 10-ton lorry loaded with bricks. He doesn't have to physically restrain the lorry. He puts his hand up,
and the driver
stops, because he has authority that is legislated to him. But dunamis now talks of physical authority, where you have to use your physical might, where you have to use brawn to enforce something.
Like when now he puts the cuffs on you,
when he puts the cuffs on you, or
drags you.
Yes, or when you resist arrest, he violently restrains you, subdues you, and then drags you off to the nearest police station. That is dunamis.
Okay.
Now, senators do not have dunamis. They cannot, by any stretch of the imagination, lay their hands on a governor to enforce an arrest. It is just disrespectful.
Okay.
What they do have is exousias, which they should exercise, And what we are seeing is not exousias, it's just dunamis, and it's an abuse of that dunamis.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they should have delegated that dunamis to someone else. The police
to the
now.
police.
Right.
The police.
Okay.
Yes.
Makes a lot of sense. Now, the fight that they currently have, and I'll call it a fight because that is what it is. At what point will sanity prevail? Because this is the only time I'm seeing this kind of thing, and unless it happened in the previous parliament, this is the only time I'm seeing this. And for me, I'm like tulifika hapa lini.
I think this
uliona in the previous parliament watu wakifanywa hiyo dunamis.
This is what you call an eventuality.
Yeah.
You see, there are things we will not know of until somebody makes an utterance that makes us sit up and say, hey, what have we just heard? If the Council of Governors had not spoken of extortion.
Right.
See, what are you paying for it to be extortion? We see it in the movies where somebody's saying you're paying for protection. You already have the police, but some thug has decided that you should pay them so that they don't rob you. Okay?
So they are robbing you in advance.
Yeah, they are robbing you. So let us agree on an amount that by which I will rob you, as opposed to the alternative where I will rob a lot more.
So it is prepaid.
It is prepaid. So yes, that's extortion. Now, if we bring it to the Senate, we've heard rumors upon rumors about how money exchanges hands over the time when governors have gone there on matters, years of impeachment, what has happened. Stories abound. The beauty of the process of bribery and extortion, there are no receipts. So you do not have evidence to show that this is what happens. But it is spoken of. Then the Council of Governors give us evidence. In the statement they say, we are being extorted. So now a can of worm has opened up. Now, what I see, what, in my opinion, that reaction that was illustrated by how the governor of Samburu was being treated, it affirms that very statement, that there's extortion. There is nothing that governor was being brought to the Senate for that other governors have not been brought to the Senate for. Nothing. There's nothing that you cannot itemize and say this was unique. So you have to ask the question, why did they feel the need to treat him in that manner? We've had governors who disappeared. They appear, seem to go out for the necessarium, and they're gone. We've seen governors who actually literally ignore summons and at some point appear. What the governor of Samburu is spoken of as having done is not anything that is unique. So why was he given the unique treatment? Because at that point in time, the discussion was not just the Samburu governor. It was the role of the Senate, the role they've apportioned to themselves to receive money so that they can determine the direction of the justice that should be met with the inquiry that was brought before them. They apportioned themselves a role that the law does not give them.
Okay.
Yes. When people are that prickly and people are that touchy, a nerve has been touched somewhere. Now, this unfortunate fellow happens to be the person who was appearing before them on that day. So they have to demonstrate that they are actually doing the right thing, that they're holding this person to account. But why do you manhandle a senior government official like that?
Yeah.
This is a full-grown man, a senator of look, This guy is a head of government. How do you handle a head of government in that manner? If it was them who had been asked to go before a court of law and there were people waiting there for them and pushing them, what would they say? How would they view it? Everything that Mr. Kafafa has mentioned about the disrespect, every adjective that he has mentioned describing this particular scenario is correct. So if one were to take the statement and say, we have a senator that has gone rogue, would they be wrong if they said so?
They wouldn't. Now, the issues that the governor was supposed to address, at the committee, were they really that bad that one would say that enye hapo kuna reason why this person maybe was dilly-dallying or maybe buying time? And this is, of course, conjecture. It's not like we know the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Well, I looked at those reasons in passing, and they are broadly reflective of what happens in the counties. I think the counties, by and large, don't also seem to have gotten their administrative structures right.
The counties?
So, yes, the counties, which are led by governors. Many counties. It's not just the preserve of one county alone.
Yeah.
But we know how the Auditor General operates. The Auditor General raises audit queries, and the governors are or whoever has been audited is supposed to respond to those queries within a particular time frame. And of course, Senate then can ride on the Auditor General's report to ask pertinent questions and get the answers from the governors. But yes, I've seen some of those queries. Nothing that a governor who's done the right thing shouldn't should have difficulty in addressing. But we can't tell that we cannot tell whether these queries were going to be addressed satisfactorily because the governor was manhandled.
Yeah.
To me, what CT has said, and I agree with both of you, is essentially right. That there seems to be a system. In fact, CT is very kind in the sense that he's not coming out with a more radical phrase. To me, I would call it organized crime. It's mafia basically, where you extort, and now when extortion doesn't seem to work in terms of summons and everything, then you use force, brute force. That's what the mafia does. The mafia extorts you. It comes to collect. If you don't pay up,
then there's a problem.
There's a problem, and they manhandle you. That's where we have gotten to, and it's a disappointing because that is the august house. It's a house of respect, and we expect that the people who we've elected and put in those houses should conduct themselves with a certain level of decorum.
Senator Cherargei did tell us here that the fine is usually $500,000. Where does that $500,000 go to? When you don't appear, for example, and then they tell you, okay, fine. Now we told you to come, you didn't come, you didn't even give us a valid reason. So number one, pay $500,000. Where does that $500,000 go to?
I'm sure it goes to Treasury. I mean, Senate. It cannot obviously go to an account of Senate.
Yeah.
There must be, if it's done officially. There must be a way, all collections by all public collections.
I thought it's paid to the senators to, like, you've wasted our time.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, it's like the law courts. When you go to Senate, Parliament has more or less the same powers as a court of law. And when a judge finds you for some reason or the other, the money does not go to the judge, or does not go to the court itself. It actually goes to the government.
Yes.
And there's a way then the government decides how to redistribute it.
Oh, so it goes to the consolidated fund.
Yes. So it's the same thing here. I don't those whatever penalties Senate levies on these people. Does not go to the pockets of senators or does not go to the august house itself.
Yeah,
it finds its way into the consolidated fund where it is redistributed appropriately. Yeah,
sometimes and I'm saying this because I've seen people find themselves in this situation whereby sometimes even when you go to the police station you are arrested hata kama ni kimakosa tu. Maybe I said Kafafa ameniibia viatu. Then they come and they arrest you and they take you to the police station for them to release you, even if you are innocent and it is confirmed that Kafafa is actually innocent. They're like, sasa si ununue chai.
Yeah.
And that time you're behind the bars.
Yes.
Someone
your heels.
Someone is holding the keys.
Yes.
And they just don't want to open until Kafafa buys tea. Then suddenly the keys reappear.
Yes.
And now they can open the bars for you.
That's right.
Could it be that kind of situation that is happening with Senate, whereby guilty or not, if you're coming to kena tumekuita, bro, lazima ubai chai.
I think, but by the way, we should be careful not to commit a fallacy of generalization in the sense that it's not the entire Senate that has gone rogue. It's just elements of Senate. And we are not even saying they have gone rogue ostensibly. From what we see,
they have been accused.
They have been accused. And from their conduct, we can tell that there are elements of departure from what is normal. To me, what I think is, there's another school of thought that I'm entertaining at the moment, that some of these senators are completely drunk with power. Popular people. I mean, there are fellows who've gone out there, without mentioning names, you'll obviously know them. There are fellows who seem to attract a huge public following because they are more or less like activists, like radicals. They have backed the regime, you know. They have and you know, anyone who goes against an administration becomes instantly popular, because the government of the day will always have many problems that it cannot resolve in a given instant, and there will always be disaffected people with the government of the day. So anyone who goes up against the government of the day becomes instantly popular. So we've had these senators, some of them have become extremely popular, holding rallies left, right and center, activists, you know, fomenting rebellion, and it has gone into their heads. That's my thinking. It has gone into their heads. That is why you can see some of them in that picture behaving very untowardly towards the governor. And to me, my advice is that they need to know when to tone down, when to step back. Because you cannot always be a radical for your entire political life. We've had examples from history. We've had people like, if you remember, I think in the 60s or 70s, the likes of Che Guevara, the revolutionary, and Fidel Castro. What people don't know is that these two were comrades in arms, and they fought side to side. They were radicals, intellectuals of their day. But when they got into power, one knew when to tread his revolutionary garb for socially acceptable garb, you know, suits, presidential material, and that was Castro. Castro rebranded himself. Che Guevara did not rebrand himself, went back into the forest, and he was killed in the jungles of Bolivia. Then we have the likes of Nelson Mandela, when you compare him with Julius Malema. Both radicals in their heyday, you know, firebrands, mavericks, you know, people who take up an administration even under pain of death and prevail. But Nelson Mandela paid for it. 27 years in prison. He came out and morphed into a statesman. Dropped his incendiary rhetoric. Took up language that was reconciliatory, across the board, even to his worst enemies, and became president. Became easily one of the most popular presidents that South Africa has ever had.
Won a Nobel.
Yes, won a Nobel. Now compare him to Julius Malema. Same fire-spitting rhetoric. Maverick, you know, someone who takes on the administration. And Malema has made it to parliament. He has a party, quite a force to reckon with. And he has made it to parliament.
It's called the EFF or EFF or something.
Yes. And but look at him now. Look at him. The Malema that we knew 5 or 6 or 7, 10 years ago, is it the same fire-spitting Malema that we see in parliament today? And he is a put-off to a section of South Africans, quite a large section. By right now, Mandela should be deputy president of South Africa.
Malema, you mean Malema?
Malema, sorry. By right now, Malema should be deputy president of South Africa, because we know the ANC did not get a majority, and they were looking for coalition partners. But he was eschewed in favor of a white minority party because he was deemed a divisive and unstable character. And Malema may go down as a footnote if he does not change, he may go down as a footnote in history, as one who just came, he was a flash, and he passed by, And that was as far as he went.
Well.
So these other senators that we are seeing running left, right, and center, holding massive rallies, and now taking it a step further, physically manhandling governors, need to draw lessons from this, that they cannot be fire-spitting senators for long. It's only for a moment. They now need to tone down. They need to become statesmen. They need to follow in the example of Raila Amolo Odinga, their so-called party leader at the time. He was also a radical in his heyday, you know. He led, he was detained, for going against the government of the day. And he is one of the architects of the second revolution, the second liberation, rather. But you see Raila, the statesman, and you see Raila, the radical. You can see the clear-cut difference. One very radical, in his heyday, radical, confrontational, and willing to compromise. But the older Raila, who actually was incorporated in every government of the day, was a statesman. Somebody who knew when to step back. Somebody who knew when to tone down. Somebody who knew when to reach out. And you never saw Raila manhandle anyone. You never saw him get into physical confrontation. He knew that he had his exousias power, and he knew how to wield it to good effect. So that's my advice now to these fellows who are manhandling senators, governors rather, that they need to behave with decorum. Or otherwise there'll be footnotes in history.
This confrontation that we're seeing, these fights that we're seeing, what are they doing to the system? What are they doing to us holding our leaders to accountability? And like, for example, it looks like we have forgotten the fact that there was even a corruption issue that needed to be addressed. We are now focusing on Governor Lelit was manhandled, and now we are talking about these folks that manhandled him needing to tone down. It seems like we're getting away from the issue.
I think so. I think we are. These sideshows have a way of distracting from the real agenda.
Yes.
They are sideshows. That's what they are. And politicians would much rather engage in sideshows than
face issues.
Because sideshows are attractive. Sideshows get a following. They have traction with especially young people. Who imagine that that's the way life is conducted. That if somebody does not store your line, you settle it physically. So it's a dangerous, it's a dangerous downward spiral, because we are now teaching young people that you can be lawless and get your way. In fact, when I came in, we talked about the Gen Z and the rebellion that was. And that was a dangerous spiral, where you tell them that if you can't get your way at the ballot on election day, then there's an alternative.
Dunamis.
And that is, dunamis. Just storm parliament, take over State House, and run the president out of town, and take up leadership. But that is a recipe for chaos. And we see that where that downward spiral has led other countries around and about us. Look at Sudan. Same thing, same set of people, Gen Zs, who went in and ran the government of the day out of town, and were upstaged by the real owners of that revolution, the army. And Sudan has never recovered. It's chaotic. We've seen other countries like Libya as well. So for me, when we subvert the rule of law as we know it, in the sense that we want to sidestep summons, legitimate summons, affected by the police force, who are the only ones who have the monopoly of violence. When we sidestep them, and we now frog march governors, we hold them by the scarves and frog march them into parliament. That is a dangerous spiral. It's a dangerous spiral.
There are places we can also pinpoint and say that such kinds of moves have been successful. And just looking at Africa alone, places like the Sahel region, where they've had several coups. And now you can even tell that they're a bit stable. And of course, that is arguable. But when you look at also places where Gen Zs, now specifically civilians, did their own uprisings in places like Nepal, places like Bangladesh. We are talking about our neighbors up in the ocean, in Madagascar. I mean, you can see that somehow, as much as we can choose places where things have gone really bad, like Sudan, we can also say, okay, look at Nepal, look at Bangladesh.
Something that you must understand about some of those nations you speak of in that part of the world, the real rulers of that government are the army. When the politician you see as a prime minister is their courtesy of the military. Because some of the early leaders at the time of independence were generals who morphed into politicians. So it's part of their culture. So the stability often arises from that understanding that you're seeing this particular individual, but there is another force that is actually behind them, behind the civilian rule. But yes, the point you make is a valid one. And when you look at Bangladesh, it is the military who told Sheikh Hasina, Madam, and of course I wasn't there, but
you're paraphrasing.
I'm paraphrasing. Madam, there's a helicopter over there. It might help tremendously if you boarded it and went wherever it is you want to go, but we're not shooting these people. Okay? So again, it meant that whatever repressive regime she had, it existed because the military supported her. Okay? And when the military realized, no, this one isn't going to, because I'm picking on Bangladesh for a simple reason. It started off in small measures. Man, nothing grew. So you get to a point where almost the entire country is on strike, or the entire country is demonstrating. So when you start killing, who do you leave? The logic prevailed and said, these fellows actually want change. So yes.
Would rather deal with the change than deal with the aftermath.
You know, there is something that is also peculiar about what we saw in Kenya. The narrative around it. You see, there's the after the event logic that more or less tries to explain what happened in terms that perhaps suits certain narrative holders or certain people who have narratives they want to propagate. That the finance bill was an issue is clear. That Parliament was arrogant in the face of it when they should have had a discussion is also clear. Okay? That the Gen Z were representing views that very many citizens of this country felt, but they didn't have the wherewithal that the Gen Z had to actually go into the streets and do what they did. It is a matter that could have been settled once the issue arose. It could have been discussed. Parliament, if you're asking me where I should point fingers at, Parliament could have quelled that thing and said, folks, let's look at this thing. Their utterances, they were adding fuel to the fire. Yes.
I totally agree, Siti. I want to weigh in where both of you have left off. Let me start by saying that I'm sure we are all familiar with the phrase, democracy is the worst form of government, apart from all others. Basically meaning that democracy actually comes out on top when you compare it with all other forms of government. And we have a democracy here, which is what separates us from, say, Nepal, it's from Bangladesh, say, from Sri Lanka. We have a democracy, and it is functional, and it has been tweaked over the years, from independence, actually. We've had, of course, our founding fathers who fought for independence, made us a republic, a democratic republic. Then we had the second liberation, because there were entrenched interests that were running this country for their benefit, without opening up political space. So that was opened up. We had multipartyism coming in, even under Moi. Then later on, we had the real second liberation, where we actually, which is epitomized by the new constitution that we have, the Kenya Constitution 2010, which has given us more fundamental rights and freedoms than most countries in this world.
Okay.
That is why we can talk against, that's why people can abuse the president and get away with it, because they are protected by their rights and freedoms that they enjoy under this new constitution. So these other countries that we've mentioned that have gone the revolution way, Sudan included, Nepal, Bangladesh, they do not have the same democracy that we have.
Okay.
Ours is totally different. Ours is aspirational. They aspire to have a democracy like ours, where they can have their say and their way at the same time, through the ballot, through regular elections. We have leadership renewal every 5 years. So we really don't have an excuse to go the revolution or the revolution way, because we have tools, or we have a blow valve. Whenever there's pent up emotion, whenever we feel disaffected about the government or
We
about
release
the
some
political,
pressure.
we release some pressure through that blow valve mechanism called elections, national elections, every 5 years. Now, talking about Bangladesh and Nepal and all these other countries, I did an article about 3 or 4 weeks ago, trying to figure out where they were, whether they were better off than they were today. And it's very surprising that they're actually worse
than they were.
Yes, than
pre
they were
the revolution.
Pre the revolution. In most of a lot of those countries, I can't remember. I think it's in Bangladesh, if I'm not wrong. There's simply been a convergence of the elite to protect their interests. The elite have come together, converged, where they had differences in the past. They have now realized that the common enemy is mwananchi in those countries. And they've come together.
So it's a them versus us
yes,
now.
it's them versus us. And of course, the elite have the resources. They can fund anything, they can bribe anyone. So they've come together and formed a clique to protect their interests to the exclusion of mwananchi. So mwananchi are not any better off. In a lot of those countries, inflation has gone through the roof because of the upheaval that was there.
Of course.
Even here, when we had upheaval, it affected us. And it was our economy was affected. In fact, none less than John Buddy acknowledges, and he says that he realizes that for all those the 4 days of revolution that we kept having, bit by bit, affected us in ways that will take years to recover. So those countries that are affected right now, they have inflation, they have hyperinflation, they have shortages of essential goods and services. Things are not what they were before. So it's tougher for them now than it is. I mean, you look next door to Sudan and you see that Sudan actually is more or less like a failed state, because you have the army fighting a ragtag army of revolutionaries, each of them committing wanton murder left, right and center. No law and order, no collection of taxes, no security, no social contract between citizens and state. Those are the hallmarks of a failed state. And I dare say that if we went the way of a revolution here, we had allowed the Gen Zs to, or the people who are behind them, to have their way, would have had similar chaos as a country by now.
Actually, I cannot imagine having, if that had happened, who else would have stepped in? I cannot imagine what they would have done to this country.
Yes.
But that said, I want us to talk about Governor Lelelit once again. And I don't know if you are aware of anything that he has done for his county that we can say he has delivered ABCD for the people of Samburu. Would you be knowing of his track record, development track record?
To be very honest, I haven't gone in depth to figure out what he's really done for
the people
people of Samburu. There's, of course, that impression most of the time that governors don't do much. It's a false impression. There may be 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 outstanding governors who have gone all out with the resources that they have to transform their counties, because they are visionaries. But the average governor, whereas he may not measure up to the 1, 2, 3, 4 outstanding examples, also has done quite a bit for their counties. It's a fallacy to say that governors do nothing. It's the same way we've had that fallacy about governors from Northeastern doing nothing with what they receive in terms of resource allocation, when we know that these people are playing catch up. I mean, they are still stuck in the 60s, whereas we've moved on to the next century. So for them to play catch up will take quite a bit of a while and a lot of resources. I mean, there are places where a strip of tarmac has never been seen other than under the dispensation of devolution.
But let me ask you something, Kafafa, because it is understood that we have given counties, since the Constitution of Kenya 2010 was promulgated, we have given counties trillions, and we cannot see those trillions where they have gone unless mimi ndio sijui kuangalia vizuri. If I look at my own county of Kitui, for example, I honestly cannot tell where a lot of the monies that county has been given go to. When I'm driving through Machakos, I don't see the rest. I go to Makueni every once in a while. I still cannot account for the trillions I'm being told. I've traveled to Kisumu, Mombasa, I've been to Kilifi, huko kwote nimekuwa. I still do not see trillions. Development in terms of the trillions.
There is I like to look at counties from the position of proximity to Nairobi first and foremost. When you look at Murang'a is just it's an hour, less than an hour away from the city center.
Okay.
And it has benefited from whatever development there has been in Nairobi, in the sense that people from Murang'a have come, worked in Nairobi, whether informal employment or in the informal sector or as traders, whichever. But they've worked within Nairobi, made their money, and gone and invested back home in those counties. So you find that when a governor comes in, a governor who has the presence of mind to take the country to the next level, he does not begin from the brass tacks, from ground zero. He already has a platform of development. There are development conscious people. There are all those Murang'a billionaires who have brought their billions and invested within the counties. So he moves on to the next level. And he now looks at systems, he puts systems in place, and he pushes that county now to where it is. Then you look at other counties now, like Turkana or wherever, where a governor comes in, and one of the things that he has to do is to address unemployment, because it's probably one of his electoral pledges.
Which he shouldn't have made, but
yes, but it is there. So he has to address unemployment if he hopes to have a second term. So what does he do? He then creates positions for half the county to be employed. What does that do? It takes away what should ordinarily be used for development
to paying wages.
It puts it into administration. So he's there busy setting up administrative structures, so busy that he hardly has anything left for development. So that is the folly of being underdeveloped. That is the folly of being so cut off from the center of development that Nairobi was. You know, we had a centralized government. National resources were centralized, and it's only people who are within proximity of that centrality that benefited. So that is the folly. And that's why you find that for these counties basically to get to where Murang'a is, may take them another 10 or so years, now 15 or so years, before they're able to get to the likes of Murang'a.
May I disagree with you, please?
Kindly.
Yes.
Yeah.
You see, you are talking about a concept that has been studied extensively, but on a macro scale, where you're looking at, say, for instance, the independence movements on this continent, and those who were supposed to be the founder political parties or the founder members, they create what I would like to refer to as a founder member syndrome. You will find, case in point is Jacob Zuma, who stated that ANC would rule until, it was a God-given right, and ANC would rule until Jesus comes back. Okay? So they justify their being...
He actually said that?
Yes, he did.
It reminds us of Khan would rule for 100 years.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
It's founder member syndrome, meaning tuko hapa and God has ordained it, so it doesn't really matter what you do. Unfortunately, the current coalition government of South Africa turns that on its head, because we see a coalition of two major opposition parties, the Inkatha Freedom Party and the Democratic Alliance. Okay? So that out of the window. The others who came into a coalition. When we look at the start of development in this particular country and proximity to Nairobi, it provided an advantage.
Correct.
The big advantage was education that certain parts of this country, formal education as you know it, got before. And that came about proximity to white settlers, proximity to places where missionaries went, whichever denomination, Catholic, Presbyterian, Anglican, what have you. Those who got the education were able to fit into a government that came in at independence. Okay? Now, if you look at what it is that you push it forward to this particular point in time, the education has spread enormously in almost every part of this country. When people are elected to positions of authority, what we see pertaining is what they understand leadership to be. And it rarely involved them actually seeking to do well by those who elect them. It seems to be represented by one speaking about what you intend to do, while at the same time, what you're seeking is how to enrich yourself. So a conflict pertains. It begins from that particular point. Now it's a question of whether people are willing to have that honest discussion about these things or not. The percentage of people who benefit from what you've called the allocation of resources for employment don't even get to 2% in every county in the country. Yet they get 50% of the resources. That incapacity of the leader to understand that these resources can be employed in a way that generates an economy that has money, and that generation and that growth of the economy is what creates employment. That thought seems to have escaped them. They seem to think that the money is for employing people directly. It's a failure that people who are elected have. They don't seem to have the mindset to understand how to grow the economy. A failure on our part, the mistake we make in electing such individuals. But are there people in the country who understand this? Yes, they are. So it's a new concept. Mistakes are made. You can't then use that excuse for the second lot of people who get into positions of governance. It cannot be used for the third lot of people, because as you assume, you've learned and you've then understood. But what they seem to have learned is to appropriate even more money than the previous governors to themselves.
There is a reason why the law is explicit about the qualifications of a governor. I think the law says that a governor has to be a university graduate. The presupposition is that as a university graduate,
you will not be a thief.
No. You'll have at least the basic. You'll have at least the basic understanding of how resources should be used.
So basically, you know management.
Yes, you know management. But
is that
theory
thinking,
and practice
is that thinking
totally
really anchored in any reality that you know of?
Theory and practice are two different things. Again, as you've, I think it is a failure of our education system, because if people were truly educated, then they would know that education teaches you to fit in with others, not to lord whatever you have over others. At least that's what I was taught in university.
Right.
When I went there, education does not separate you, does not make you elitist. Education actually makes you fit in with society. And true education, or true value-driven education, then makes you work for the betterment of society. You put your self-interests aside and you work for the interests of society. So there's that disconnect between theory and practice. But again, it is codified in our in the laws that we had, say in 1965. City and you remember that in 1965 there was a sessional paper number 10 advanced by Tom Mboya that said that resources should be concentrated in places where they had potential, at the expense of others that did not have potential. And again, to my point, that is why you find that the areas of potential, when you draw a map, are those that revolve around the city, around Nairobi, around major urban areas. So those were the areas of potential, and that's where resources were concentrated. And these other counties now are playing catch up. Even with the equalization fund, it will still take them a very long time to catch up, say, with Muranga or other progressive counties.
Even that equalization fund, they're still not utilizing it the way they're supposed to. Kafafa, we've come to the end of the show. Thank you so much for indulging us. And I think that perhaps we should set aside a day to talk about this sessional paper number 10.
Actually, it followed the 1902 ordinance and 1935 ordinance that actually created that thought process of determining what it was that was considered to be a viable place for investment or not. It's not as though Tom Mboya came up with something brilliant. No.
It was already there.
It was a continuation and a purification of a colonial system that had already been set in place.
Kajetan Amimo, thank you so much. Lucas Isiboke, David Magera na wengineo kama Edwin Odhiambo nimewacheki. Pamela Buyu, thank you so much. DK, karibu tena sana. Guys, I'm sorry I couldn't read all your messages. Hilary Oma as well, I see you, and the rest of you who've been hiding. I don't know, once in a while, but I know you're silent listeners and silent viewers. Thank you so much. This is how we come to a close as far as this conversation is concerned. But tomorrow is still another day to make merry. Right now, though, here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Security